Skate on Sirius XM Channel 91 to talk about what it was like to win that 1987 Stanley Cup Finals series against the Philadelphia Flyers, despite blowing a 3-1 series lead and having to win it in a Game 7.
Mark, let's go back to the 1987 Canada, or not Canada Cup. That was still to come.
That was the 1987.
That wasn't Game 7, but that was an all-decider as well, as we know. But for Game 7, that was pretty good stuff. But 87 in the Stanley Cup final, you're facing Philadelphia. You're up 3-1 in the series. They come back to tie it. Now you've got Game 7. Take us back to your greatest remembrances of, again, almost letting the series slip away and then having that opportunity in Game 7 to come up big, which you guys clearly did.
Well, it just goes to show you that we felt back in 87, we were really at the peak of that team in some ways. Some people think 85 team was the best team ever. 87, I think, was probably the most talented team. I think 85 team had a better overall record. I think it was 16-1 or 16-2 in that playoff year, 87. We got tangled up against Philadelphia, but we felt we're a better team. But sports isn't about who's a better team. It's about it's about the belief system inside the dressing room. And Philadelphia wouldn't quit. Mike Keenan wouldn't allow the young Philadelphia team to quit. They were kind of banged up. They had some injuries, but they were able to extend the series after what we thought probably should have been maybe at least 4 or 5 game series. We lost, I think, the first game, if I remember correctly, and then came back and won 3 in a row, coming home to win the 5th game, only to realize that winning a championship, even after all the experience we had, is not that easy. And then going back to Philadelphia for Game 6, and they trounced us in Philly. Now we find ourselves in a Game 7, and then once you get to a Game 7, anything can happen. You can get a bad break, an unlucky bounce, as we've seen in the past. And so everything's at stake, everything's on the line. And I think luckily for us, we're able to, really kind of rely on our experiences that we had in the past. We felt incredibly confident that if we went out and played our best game and Philadelphia went out and played their best game, our best was going to be good enough. But even with that, there was so much uncertainty. And sure enough, we're able to win our 3rd cup in 4 years, which was quite an incredible feat.
That was Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers, Mark Messier, on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin on Channel 91.
Sirius XM has soccer covered end to end. Sirius XM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Monday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Philadelphia Flyers at 7 p.m., Penguins on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 941, Flyers on Internet 940. Carolina Hurricanes face the Ottawa Senators at 7:30 p.m., Hurricanes on Sirius 208, XM 219 and Internet 924, Sens on Internet 939. Dallas Stars host the Minnesota Wild at 9:30 p.m., Stars on Sirius 209, XM 220 and Internet 928, Wild on Internet 933. Edmonton Oilers face the Anaheim Ducks at 10 p.m., Oilers on Sirius 210, XM 221 and Internet 930, Ducks on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 920. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Monday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Philadelphia Flyers at 7 p.m., Penguins on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 941, Flyers on Internet 940. Carolina Hurricanes face the Ottawa Senators at 7:30 p.m., Hurricanes on Sirius 208, XM 219 and Internet 924, Sens on Internet 939. Dallas Stars host the Minnesota Wild at 9:30 p.m., Stars on Sirius 209, XM 220 and Internet 928, Wild on Internet 933. Edmonton Oilers face the Anaheim Ducks at 10 p.m., Oilers on Sirius 210, XM 221 and Internet 930, Ducks on Sirius Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Monday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Philadelphia Flyers at 7 p.m. Penguins on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 941, Flyers on Internet 940.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
Former Colorado Avalanche chairman and CEO Charlie Lyons was on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91, with Steve Kouleas to discuss what it was like successfully keeping Joe Sakic in Colorado in 1997 during a chaotic 7-day time frame.
That all this, Charlie, comes together in 7 days. Like this isn't one moving part. Like if we get the Fox deal done, it's done. If the movie does really well, we'll borrow from the future, even though that wasn't the best thing, as you alluded to, from the movie company. Or the mayor says, yeah, we're going to do that. Like they could have said, it's August. We'll talk after Labor Day. So what's incredible, right? That you got it done that quickly, which is almost, it's hard to do one deal in 5 business days, let alone the 7 you dealt with.
You know, in the movie business, I make this point in the documentary. One of the things that keeps an audience engaged is if the clock is ticking. You know, find the person that's been kidnapped, disable the bomb, stop the terrorist, get to the stage on time so you can get up and do your stand-up comedy when the audience is waiting. The ticking clock makes people realize we don't have time to screw around. We got to fix this and do it right now. So that was, in many ways, as miserable it was for, and particularly with my team, because I had a great team, you know, but they did the heavy lifting because in essence, we had to do everything on handshakes. You're not going to get everything documented, but you're talking about the most honorable parties on earth, the mayor, Fox, Liberty Media. When they shake your hand, it's gold. And so we got it all done, and here we are.
What was it like this is 1997, so no e-transfers. What was it like to tell the Rangers, to quote a song, to take this and shove it? Who made the call and said, by the way, here's the check for Joe Sakic, bye-bye, NYC?
Well, Pierre went to Joe's house and delivered the money. I got up with Liberty and Fox and the mayor at City Hall, and we announced the arena deal, Fox and Liberty. And we were coordinated. It was choreographed. And then I was a speechwriter when I was a kid. And I had the blessing to do some work for the governor of New York when he was vice president, Nelson Rockefeller. And he had that famous picture where he was being heckled and he offered his opinion of that. And that picture of him flipping the bird was, I figured, a nice gift to send Dave Checketts, who was a good friend of mine, by the way.
I love it. I never knew that. I love it.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on Sirius XM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg.
Fast, easy, effective, and all on Canada's most trusted platforms. With just a few clicks, start advertising today at bellmedia.ca/ads.
This is TSN 1200 Ottawa. It's game time. Now, Let's head to the broadcast booth. With Dean Brown, here's Gord Wilson.
And on this Monday, April the 20th, we bring you inside our broadcast booth for tonight's game between the Senators and Carolina Hurricanes. And with that, we bid you a good evening, everyone, and welcome to Ottawa Senators playoff hockey all across the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network. Gord Wilson alongside Dean Brown as we settle in for this, the second game of the first round matchup between the Senators and Canes. 1-0. Carolina leads Dean Brown after their 2-0 victory over the Senators on Saturday, and I think by all accounts, including the accounts of the Carolina Hurricanes, the Senators did not bring their best on Saturday, which means, by all accounts, if they do, it may be a one-shot game going the other way. Yeah. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, you never know. There's not much to pick between these two teams. If you look at the standings at the end of the regular season, this should be a David and Goliath situation, number one team in the East. Carolina is, but it really isn't. These two teams play very, very similar styles of hockey, and the margin last game was very, very tight. Ottawa had as many chances to win that game as Carolina did. But yeah, Ottawa, as we all know, Ottawa has more in the tank. Ottawa can play better. Ottawa's better players can play better. And so that's going to be the interesting thing tonight. Can they bring that game to the ice and level this series?
Lots of players have more in the tank. There is less in the tank, though, with Artem Zub not in the lineup. That is a tough blow for the Senators. Now, Lassie Thompson slides in. He had 11 games in the regular season, but that's the regular season. And there is going to be a real strong emphasis on Ottawa's top four defensemen. And again, slotting is different. Sanderson and Matt and Paolo are expected to be a pair. Shabbat and Spence have played an awful lot together down the stretch. And the third pairing, Dennis Gilbert and Lassie Thompson.
Yeah, it's been a month and a half since this team has had anywhere close to their best defensemen all available to play all at the same time. Remember that Jensen is still out, Clevin is still out, now Zub is out, and we do know that Gilbert is playing with a wonky shoulder. So the injuries on defense continue to plague this team, and guys just walk in and have to step up. And there's no difference tonight with Lassie Thompson coming back in. There's no time to bemoan the fact that you don't have Zub anymore. That's just the reality of it. So you got to put a guy in, and he's got to play.
Despite the fact that the team was 50 minutes into their game on Saturday and were one shot away from tying the hockey game, the likes of Dylan Cousins, Tim Stützle, and Shane Pinto, their game stood out for me, Dean, but in a negative way.
Yeah, if you look at Carolina and what just it's one stat, and but if you look at what the Carolina Svechnikov had 6 shots. Stankoven has 6 shots. Taylor Hall had 5 shots. You look at Ottawa's best players, Stützle had 4, Batherson had 3, but then you start going down the list. Sanderson just had 2, Pinto 2, Tkachuk 2, Cousins 2. Both teams had 7 players that didn't get a shot, but Carolina's better players had more shots than Ottawa's better players. They were getting to the net more and creating more.
A 2-0 victory for Carolina. It was a wash as far as special teams were concerned here. And if the Senators 0 for 4 in the power play matched what they had on the penalty kill, where they went 5 for 5, game might have been a different story here. What does Ottawa have to do power play-wise to generate a goal?
Well, from my standpoint, they have to be different in many different ways, because I said it many times, during our last broadcast, I think that Carolina, their coaching staff, their video coaches, did an exceptional job of game planning for Ottawa's power play. And they clearly tracked all the tendencies, the way that Ottawa likes to enter the zone, where they like to put the puck, where they like to have guys positioned, and they had it all covered off. They were going to places on the ice before the puck got there because they knew that's where it was going. And that's what made Ottawa's power play so ineffective. So I kind of made it in a joking way, but my third key to victory is Ottawa's got to adjust to the adjustments that Carolina made, and then Carolina's going to try and adjust back again. But the bottom line is, if Ottawa rolls that same power play back out doing the same things, they'll get the same result, because right now Carolina has that thing measured and taped.
As Ottawa gets set to walk down the tunnel, you cannot ask for much more from their starting goaltender, Linus Ullmark.
No, he was, I know he lost 2-0, but he was outstanding. He made several huge saves in that game, and this is the time of year where you got to get that. And at the other end of the ice, Anderson did the same thing. I think in Anderson's case, he got lucky a couple of times. And, down in the Ottawa end, I don't think that Ullmark did. But, sometimes good bounces, that's part of the game too. You got to make your own bounces. That's the way it works. But you're right. They lost 2-0, but man, they got a great game out of Ullmark.
All right, we'll put up some numbers in just a second here. Let's first get to our injury report, brought to you by Jagendorf Rashid, personal injury lawyers for the Ottawa Senators. We can tell you that there's no Artem Zub. He is not playing tonight. He played 7 minutes and 44 seconds on Saturday before getting hurt early in the second period. Artem Zub is out. Nick Jensen, Tyler Clevin out as well. Clevin did skate again this morning, and in a non-contact jersey, in other words, a regular colored jersey, we should expect him in at least either Game 3 or Game 4. Other scratches include Cam Crotty, Curtis McDermott, Arthur Kaliev, Hayden Hodgson, Graham Clark, Xavier Bourgault, Tyler Boucher, Carter Yakimchuk, Oscar Patterson, Stephen Halliday, and the third goaltender, Levi Marilainen. For the Carolina Hurricanes, scratched from their lineup, all healthy scratches, Mike Riley, Nicholas Delorier, Jesper Kotkaniemi, and Pyotr Kopchekov. Those are the scratches for the Canes. We want you to make every moment more on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook. Dino, is there going to be a goal in the first 10 minutes?
No, I don't think so, because I don't think these two teams are going to play any differently than they played the last game. It's going to be tight. It's going to be constricting. Both are going to defend like crazy. So I'm saying no. Now, yes is still the favorite at -142. No is a +112, and the game starts with an over-under of just 5.5.
All right, let's get to tonight's starting lineups, brought to you by Orleans Boat World.
On the back end to start for the Canes, it'll be Jalen Chatfield along with Jacob Slavin. Up front, Sebastian Aho, Seth Jarvis, and Andrei Svechnikov. On the back end for Ottawa, Matt-Palo and Sanderson. Up front, Stützle, Batherson, and Giroux. Now tonight's starting goaltenders.
No change for either team in goal for the club for the game here tonight. Linus Ullmark making his second consecutive playoff appearance. This is his 51st start of the season. He's 0-1 with a 2.11 goals against average and a .931 save percentage. He gave up 2 goals on 29 shots on Saturday afternoon. Lifetime, he's 5-11 in 17 playoff games this over his career. 0-3 in 3 career games against the Canes. Linus Ullmark starts. James Reimer will serve as the backup. At the other end of the ice, it's Freddie Anderson playing Game 2. He made 22 saves in the 2-0 win on Saturday, improving to 1-0, a 0.00 goals against average, a 100% save percentage on stopping all 22 shots that he faced. His lifetime career playoff record reads like this: 47-35, a 2.37 goals against average, and a .914 save percentage. And on Saturday afternoon, in those 22 saves, that was his 6th career playoff shutout. Freddie Anderson starts in goal for the Canes. Brandon Bussey will serve as the backup. We are just about set for the opening face-off of Game 2 of the first round playoff series between Ottawa and Carolina. Please stay with us. Sens Hockey is next on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Save on tires guaranteed with Myers 30-day price match. As the largest volume dealer group in Eastern Ontario, Myers sells Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, Chev, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Infiniti, and Subaru. So when you think tires, think Myers. With locations in Orleans, Nepean, Bells Corners, Canada, Barhaven, Manotick, Kempville, and Kingston, you're just minutes away from Myers 30-day price match guarantee. Myers.ca.
That sound? Yeah, that was your basement window. Ottawa hockey fans are fired up, and so are their slap shots. With the playoffs in sight, we've seen a few more pucks go wide. At Centennial Glass, we are here for the rebounds. Cracked, fogged, or totally shattered. Fast, friendly, and no judgment, even if your shot went through a neighbor's shed. And we can't stop the puck, but we can fix what it hits. Centennial Glass. Windows, showers, mirrors, doors, and more.
Ready for thrilling shutouts and exciting power plays? Save all hockey season with a CAA hat trick. Members save big on select Ottawa Senators home games. Get $13 off Lot 4 parking at Canadian Tire Centre with online ticket purchase, and save when you fuel up pregame at Swiss Chalet, Harvey's, Eastside Mario's, or Beer Market. Memberships start at $30. Join today and save 10% on new memberships. Visit CAAeveryday.ca. Conditions apply.
As Canada stares down economic uncertainty, we're ready with a plan to protect Ontario. We're fighting to defend every job, building new nuclear facilities, speeding up approvals, diversifying our trade, bringing opportunity and good jobs home. Because this province doesn't just sit back, we build. That's how we protect Ontario. Learn more at ontario.ca/protectontario. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Bell Ads for Business. Digital ads made easy for local advertisers. Get started today with just a few clicks. Set your budget, choose your format, reach new customers, and see results. Advertise your business on Canada's most trusted platforms like Crave, CTV, Nuvo, RDS, and TSN. Fast, easy, effective. Have your campaign live the very next day. Get started now at bellmedia.ca/ads.
Okay, everything is humming along. And because you have Enercare Advantage, this visit is covered.
My air conditioner?
Humming along just fine.
My tankless water heater?
Humming.
My water softener?
Also humming along.
And it's all covered.
You got it.
I'm so happy I could hum.
Yep, that's what they all say.
Experts at emergency repairs, maintenance, and home comfort in Ottawa, so you have nothing to worry about.
Enercare, experts at home.
TSN 1200, the Sens play here.
All right, welcome back inside our broadcast booth, everybody, as we take you inside the Lenovo Center in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina. And we are getting set for the puck drop of Game 2 of this Eastern Conference quarterfinal series between the Senators and the Canes. Game 1 goes to Carolina. The Senators would love nothing better than to return home for Games 3 and 4 Thursday night and Saturday afternoon at Canadian Tire Center with a split here in Carolina. And what a feat that would be, what a boost that would be to this hockey club. This has been a very difficult building to win in over the years for every team in the National Hockey League. And there's a reason why Carolina had the best home ice record in the Eastern Conference last season, or this past season, pardon me. They are just that good on home ice. So the Senators certainly do, Dean Brown, have their work cut out for them. We're going to see strength on strength to start this hockey game. The Aho line of Svechnikov and Jarvis up against the Stützle line with Batherson and Giroux. Players getting last-second instructions from our officials, Jean Hebert and Furman South, your referees, linespersons Ryan Gibbons and Libor Luchanek. And this one's underway, and with the play-by-play, here's Dean.
And right off the draw, Carolina fires the puck down in the Ottawa zone. Senators slap it back out, and it's slapped back in. Now Sanderson with another slap. This one is center. And again, puck just tipped into the Ottawa zone. Clear, but not out. Here's a centering pass in front. Cross ice to the corner. Back to the point. Here's Slavin. Tries to fire it through, redirected in front. And a save is made by Olmark.
Reaction save with the blocker arm from Linus Olmark 30 seconds into this game.
Here's Stützle to the line. Has it knocked off his stick as he enters the line. Now Ottawa back inside the zone again. Here's Giroux along the boards. Gets it to the corner. Now back to the point. Spence holds it in. Gets it across. Shabbat to the corner. Centering pass in front side of the net. And Stützle can't bury it.
Dean, wide open net. Off skate, then stick. Hits the side of the goal. Freddie Anderson nowhere to be seen on that post. Oh, boy.
Puck cleared by Walker around the boards and back out to center. Here's a 2-on-1. Back inside the zone. Svechnikov with a shot. And the save is made by Olmark.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Linus Olmark is bang on his game to start this hockey game. He's made 2 spectacular saves. Played the 2-on-1 perfectly. Oh, my goodness, Dean. A cross-ice pass from Claude Giroux to Tim Stützle. It was as hard could be. Stützle stopped it with his right skate. It went to stick off the heel of his stick, and he could not get the handle on the puck. At the other end of the ice, the Senators get caught on a 2-on-1, and Seth Jarvis throws it right along the ice. The right pad save was made by Olmark, and it was a dandy.
Off the face-off, Ottawa tips it out, sends it back down ice. Up to the corner, and Eller puts Gostisbehere into the boards. Spinning turnaround chance, and that deflects to the other corner. Gostisbehere up to get it, sends it to center, gives it away. Fogle knocks it down. Canes, though, steal it back to the line again and in. Here's Robinson trying to get around Matt and Palo, and can't. Matt and Palo clears it up the boards, and Ottawa tries to break it out, but Fogle overskates it. Now Eller steals it back from Gostisbehere, and shovels it back down to the Carolina line. Back down the wing and in. There's a bad angle shot that doesn't get through. little snapper there from Carrier.
And a nice little stick play by Lassie Thompson to get back and take that pass away, or that shot away.
Canes dump it back in once again, in to get it. Here's Thompson. Tries to get away from a big hit on the forecheck. Sends the puck ahead. And now down along the wall, here's Brady Tkachuk in the zone. Sends it across. Sanderson fires it in. That's knocked down on the way to the net.
I think it hit Ridley Gregg's left hip.
They have. Back to the line and in. Blake along the boards, knocked down. Puck sent around the boards, back out to center. Here's Ridley Gregg chasing it down. No icing call as he beats the call. Gets in ahead of Keandre Miller. Miller, though, finds the handle and clears it around the boards. Canes send it out to center. From center, puck is dumped back down inside the zone. Hall puts it around the boards. Then he takes a hit. Back to the point. Shot through traffic. Knocked down side of the net. Back out the other side. Spins with a shot. Right on. Loose puck. Bouncing. Gets to the goal line and steered away at the last second by Stankoven.
Oh, my goodness, Dean. The Senators have come inches away from taking a 2-0 lead in this game early. That puck right in behind Freddie Anderson. Headed towards the open goal. Stankoven comes through and steals the puck away. Oh, boy.
Here's Stahl out to center. Drops it and into the zone. Nikishin goes wide. Here's Gostisbehere to the corner. Gostisbehere sends it in front. Pinto steals it. And Amadio breaks it out to center. Amadio sends it to the wing. And Gilbert shovels it down inside the Canes' end. Back along the boards and out to center now. Here's Nikolai Ehlers down to the Ottawa line and in. Ehlers takes it wide, sends a shot in. It's knocked down by Ullmark. Back in front, there's a one-timer as Jarvis hits the one-timer away, and a nice blocker save from Linus Ullmark. Sanderson sends the puck ahead. Lassie Thompson clears it to the line, but not out. Off the board, Svechnikov in. His shot knocked away by Ullmark. Back to the point again. Slavin, Chatfield to the corner. Jarvis cycles it back down low. Chatfield on the other side, way down in the corner, gets it back to the point. Here's Slavin. Doubles it back to the corner. Puck loose out of the reach of Lassie Thompson. Centering pass in front. And Aho unable to get a shot away. Back out to center. Here's Batherson to the line. On a line change all alone. His shot goes off a leg to the corner.
His shift length now 1:20, Drake Batherson, Dean. The others have changed, but boy, they were approaching 60 seconds easily.
Cousins with a steal. Gets a shot away. Save is made by Anderson. Back to the point. Ottawa holds it in. Along the boards, turning with it. Here's Cousins in the corner. Tried to center it. Couldn't get it to Brady Tkachuk. Jarvis tries to clear it. Pops off his stick and stays in the zone. Here's Tkachuk. Tries to send it back to the point. Knifing through. Here's Ridley Gregg to keep it alive. Centering pass. That goes off the leg of Chatfield to the other side. Pinching in. Gilbert comes down on the wall hard and holds it in. Centering pass in front. That hits a skate. Now Aho with a chance to get it out. Winds his way to center. Gives it away. Back to the line again. Here's Ridley Gregg. Sends a shot in. Anderson makes the save. And that play whistled down as an offside, or we got a penalty? I think we're going to get a penalty here.
Too many men on the ice, I think, for Carolina, possibly, Dean. They got caught in a line change after Aho dipsy-doodled in neutral ice and lost control of the puck. Boy, we're seeing a couple of opportunities here for the Ottawa Senators. And, oh, my goodness, Dean, I think this puck on a Pinto shot towards the goal was going to go through Anderson. And Stankoven made the game-saving puck off the goal line maneuver. And I'm sorry, what did I hear?
It's a roughing call to somebody.
Okay, sorry about this, folks. It's disadvantage. I think Dennis Gilbert might be going off. Nope, it's Brady Tkachuk for roughing. 5:14 into this game. And the Carolina Hurricanes, who went 0 for 5 in the power play. Not quite sure where the rough. Oh, an extra punch to Aho in the back shoulder. And okay, standard has been set, and that's not playoff hockey, but here we go.
In front, there's a shot by Hull, knocked down by Ullmark. This penalty kill brought to you by Alpine Credits. Back in front again, Blake with a shot. That gets blocked. Blake has it back again. Here's Blake back at the point. Low to the corner for Taylor Hall. Taylor Hall to Blake. Sends it across in the one-timer. Knocked down, puck cleared and swatted back outside the line by Claude Giroux.
Senators caught a break there, that one-time opportunity. Whichever Kane it was, he fanned on it, Dean. It was Jordan Stahl right in the slot. He fanned on it, and it trickled towards Ullmark.
To the line and in. Here's again Taylor Hall on the boards. Gets swarmed, loses the puck, but it ends up on a Kane stick back to the point. Nikishin. Here's Hall, low to the corner. Ehlers, back to the point. Nikishin. Back at the point again. To Ehlers on the turn. Ehlers fires. That's knocked off the shoulder of Ullmark, but Ottawa can't clear it. 50 seconds to go in this Canes power play. Sens need some relief here. They need a clear. Centering pass in front. Scores! Stankoven all alone in front. Power play goal. 1-0 Canes.
Well, it's not a good penalty taken by the captain. And Stankoven just went to a quiet area in between Spence and Amadio. And it was at the dying seconds of a real long shift for the penalty killers. And when you're chasing the puck in your own end, you're going to exasperate yourself and exhaust yourself. And Stankoven just went to that quiet area, took a feed from Taylor Hall in behind the net, and he stuck this one right through the 5-hole on Linus Ullmark. It's a 1-0 Carolina lead on their first power play of the evening. And again, it's stay out of the box. That was, I'm guessing, a real strong, emphatic message from the coach. After Ottawa gave up 5 power play opportunities in Game 1, Carolina finally scores on one, and they lead 1-0. Stankoven's second of the playoffs.
Canes back inside the Ottawa zone, put it back to the net. Here's Carrier with it now. Carrier tries to bring it back out front, loses the puck as it's poked away from him, back up ice. Here's Fogle down the boards, can't get around Gostisbehere. He shovels it back of his own net. Canes clear it to the line, but not out. Back to the point. There's a shot through traffic that misses from Lassie Thompson. Rings around the boards back out to center. Puck is lobbed back in. Here's Gostisbehere back of his own net. Up the boards out to center. Deflects down to the Ottawa line and in. Mantalo back together. Off the boards and ahead to center. The puck is kicked ahead. And the Canes just fire it back in.
Too many of those passes in Game 1, Dean, where they're behind a guy moving forward, and there's just no flow.
Wraparound attempt and 2 good saves by Ullmark. Out to center now. Here's Amadio to the line. Lays it to the wing. As Cousins tries to center it, can't. Puck is shoveled back to the line and out to center.
Back-to-back passes upon entry that are in skates, Dean. Player to player, stick to skate, and it just slows everything down and disrupts flow of the entry.
In behind his own net. Spence long lead pass down to the line. No icing call as Ridley Gregg takes Chatfield into the boards. Puck comes free and now lobbed high in the air out to center. Knocked down by Spence. To the line and in. Here's Shabbat stealing the puck away from Stahl. Sends it around the other side, but on the other side, Martinuk is there. He loses the puck, and it's cleared out to center. To the line and in. Here's a chance for Cousins. Can't get a shot away. Took too long to let it go, and he was checked out of his shot. Back to the line. Puck is lobbed in, knocked down by Sanderson. Ahead to center. To the line and in. 2-on-1. Cousins gets in. Swings it across. And the one-timer. Save is made. Anderson claws back and grabs it before it trickles over the goal line.
Oh, Claude Giroux with a point-blank opportunity. Freddie Anderson comes up with a mammoth right pad save as Martinuk in a scrum here now just throws a left hand into an unsuspecting face of Drake Batherson, and helmet is off from Drake, and we're going to get all kinds of shenanigans after this little scrum. But glorious chances by the Senators. They've had 2 pucks in behind Frederik Anderson, Dean, and they have not been able to capitalize. Cousins with a perfect pass across. Giroux is robbed on the backhand. Batherson gets a puck through, but it doesn't cross the line.
You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Whoa, nice BMW. How many liters per 100?
0.
How many gears you got?
0.
Jeez, how much did it cost you?
0.
What?
With Lotto Quebec's Hit the Road in a BMW promo, you could win a BMW i4 eDrive 40 or up to $5,000 in secondary prizes. Draws every Thursday from April 3rd to May 14th at the Hotel Casino du Lac Limi. More ways to win at lottoquebec.com. 18 and over.
Coming this spring, the all-weather drive main event presented by Subaru. Don't miss all the action as Subaru continues to be the undisputed champ of getting out there and doing all the things. Watch as it takes on spring weather like it's a no contest. From camping to hiking, nothing will get in its way. It's the event of the season, the all-weather drive event, with lease rates as low as 1.49%. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. With all-wheel drive, traction control, and class-leading safety, Uncommon comes standard.
Digital ads made easy for local businesses. Travel agencies, salons, auto shops, clothing stores, organizations, restaurants. With Bell Ads for Business, you can reach premium customers on premium digital brands like CTV, Crave, and TSN. Fast, easy, effective, and all on Canada's most trusted platforms. Start advertising today with just a few clicks at bellmedia.ca/ads.
TSN 1200, home of the Sens.
Hockey season is cold and flu season. Let Jenny King's cleaning and disinfecting programs keep your facility safe. For a clean and healthy environment, trust Jenny King.
Holy smokes, Steve. This is a game not for the faint of heart here. Right now, the Canes lead 1-0. The Senators have had 2 pucks in behind Freddie Anderson, and the pucks have come, well, it's probably in the same puck. It's come very, very close to getting across the goal line, and twice it's been taken off the goal line. The last time by Frederick Anderson, 1-0 Canes lead, but Ottawa is up on the power play.
Svechnikov off for roughing in that little melee. He threw one of the many punches and got caught for it. And so Ottawa now on the power play, brought to you by CAA North and East Ontario.
0 for 4 on Saturday were the Senators in the power play, Dean, and they lost the majority of faceoffs.
Ottawa gets in the zone. Here's Batherson back of the net. Tries to move it to the corner, loses the puck, and Chatfield clears it back down ice.
We witnessed firsthand the pressure that the Canes apply to anybody carrying the puck for the Ottawa Senators, and a big reason why Ottawa went 0 for 4. They just could not get set up.
Side the line, here's Stützle with it now. Plays it to the corner, but gives it away. Like I said, all the way back down ice. Linus Allmark out, runs it around the boards. And here's Shabbat now to start the second half of the power play. Ottawa has no shots. In fact, they have 0 zone time. Get in, lose the puck. This time they don't even get in and lose the puck. They lost it before the line. Finally, Giroux just hammers it in, and now it's cleared back outside the line and all the way down by Freddie Anderson.
Anything to get the crowd going. That's an easy one there when a goalie sends the puck the length of the ice to kill 15 seconds off the other team's power play.
Here's Giroux to the line, chips it along the boards to himself, knocks it down. Now trying to regain control of it. Puck along the boards. Shabbat comes in to try and help in that regard. Puck comes out. Sent to the corner. But knocked down and cleared to the line. Here's Giroux. Holds it in. Back to the point. Here's Fogle with it. Martin Nook slashes at him. Puck bouncing. And now a chance to clear it out. And the Canes do. Out of the box. Here's Svechnikov. Gets the puck. Cuts in. Tries to take it to the net. Couldn't get it to settle down. Svechnikov turns and fires. Save is made by Omar. Spin around pass. Back to the point. Here's Gostisbehere. Gets it across. Svechnikov sends it in. Knocked away by Omar. Here's Nikishin to get it. Back to the point. Gostisbehere turns to get away from Cousins. Fires one through. That's knocked down. Cousins steers it back out to center, but again, just gives it away. Gostisbehere fires it back in. Takes a weird bounce off the boards. Ottawa's clear, stays in the zone. Here's Hall in the corner, knocked off the puck. Puck is sent ahead, but not out. Here's Stanko, back of the net, centering pass in front, gets by everybody and slips back down ice. This game brought to you in part by the Myers Automotive Group and by Firehouse Subs. Here's Miller back of his own net with it, waiting to start the breakout. 1-0 Canes lead, 8 to go in period 1. Out to center, pass through the neutral zone, knocked down. by Stutzler. His long pass ahead to Giroux at the line. Giroux dumps the puck to the corner. Here's Stutzler to get it. Takes it off the boards. Stutzler shoved off the puck. Took too long. And now back out to center. Here's Svechnikov to the line for Aho. Aho cuts in. Leaves it for Svechnikov. His shot up into the glass. Back to the point. Puck side of the net. Here's Aho with it now. Aho gets it back in front. Pad save off another Svechnikov shot. I believe in this first period now, Svechnikov has outshot Ottawa.
Well, I'll confirm or deny.
Back to the point. Batherson with a shot. And that's knocked down high in the air. Ottawa couldn't hold it in. Here's Eller now. Back at center. Dumps it back in.
3 shots for Svechnikov. 6 for the Senators.
Yeah, he's creeping up on them.
One of those 16 came on Ottawa's power play.
From center. Canes dump it back in again. Behind the net. Puck comes back out front. And Zetterlund knocked it away from Robinson. Puck along the boards. Now a chance to get it out for Eller. Drags the puck ahead out to center. Eller to the line. Lobs it across. Here's Zetterlund. Gets a shot away, and that goes off the glove of Anderson back to the corner. Puck is cleared off the boards and back out to center. Knocked down at the line. Here's Brady Tkachuk turning it back. Fires it back inside the zone. Takes a weird bounce back in front, and Ridley Gregg couldn't get a good shot away. Nook now clears the puck out to center, down to the Ottawa line. This game brought to you in part by Saint-Hubert Barbecue, chicken, ribs, hockey. At center now, along the boards. Ridley Gregg slides the puck down inside the Canes zone, then he gets buried. Canes drop it back the other way, and this whistled down as an icing call and a face-off back down in the Carolina end with 6:04 to go in the first and a 1-0 Canes lead.
Shots are 13-6 favoring Carolina. They lead 1-0 on a power play goal from Stankoven, and Linus Ullmark has been equal to the task. He has been outstanding in the first 15 minutes of this hockey game. Svechnikov credited now with 4 hits, Dean, so your guesstimation of outshooting Ottawa is very close. Ottawa with 6 shots on goal. They have another 12 pucks, though, pushed towards the net. And as I said earlier, 2 have actually been behind Freddie Anderson.
Back to the point. Spence gets a shot away, but it broke his stick, so there's nothing on it. Gets a new stick as Anderson comes back to chop the puck away. Down to the line, Stutzler dumps the puck in. Along the boards, Giroux to fight for it in the corner. Walker, though, ends up with it. Runs it around the boards. And the Canes back out to center. Lead pass to the line. And the Canes in the zone. Long shot knocked down by Ullmark. Back to the point again. Here's Chatfield to Slavin. Slavin works it to the corner. Out of the corner. Here's Aho. Throws it in. That's knocked down again by Ullmark. Along the boards. Aho sends it back to the corner. Here's Jarvis. Back to the point. Slavin holds it in. Here's Svechnikov now trying to get around Sanderson. Sanderson out-battles him for the puck. Gets it ahead in Giroux now. Back against the flow to open up some space, and he gets drilled from behind by Svechnikov.
And a second hit knocks him down. Both players go down, and there's going to be a penalty here, and I think... I don't know who has the puck. I think it's going to go against Svechnikov. Yep, Ottawa's going to go back on the power play here as Ullmark makes his way to the bench.
Well, this may have been part of the... As Ottawa gets in, here's Spence. Throws it back, tried to get it to Tkachuk, didn't work. This might have been part of the conversation with the supervisor after the last game. I am sure the Ottawa Senators had to be complaining about the number of times players were hit from behind in that first game. This was basically Svechnikov lining up Claude Giroux and nailing him from behind, not once, and then finishing him twice.
Yep.
We'll take a break. Ottawa on the power play when we come back. This is the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to find some great deals at Play It Again Sports. New and used gear from all the big brand names for baseball, softball, golf, soccer, football, and more. Plus some steals on 2025 hockey and ringette gear as they make room for new 2026 product arriving soon. Trade in your quality used cleats, clubs, gloves, and bats to save even more on our already great prices. Locally owned Play It Again Sports, Orleans, Barhaven, and Canada. Shop local, save big.
Gabriel's. Upgrade your game nights with the new Senator's Sweet Heat Pizza from Gabriel Pizza. Loaded with a layer of pepperoni under the cheese. Stacked high with cup and crisp pepperoni on top. Kicked up with pickled jalapenos and finished with a drizzle of Mike's Hot Honey. It's the sweet and spicy taste of victory. Order tonight at GabrielPizza.com, on the Gabe's app, or call 613-656-7777. Gabriel Pizza, the official pizza of your Ottawa Senators.
When aggression toward family and caregivers is expressed by a child or youth, it can cause significant harm, leaving adoptive, kinship, and customary caregivers feeling overwhelmed and isolated. Interwoven Connections can help. We offer confidential peer and clinical support, practical tools, and a community that understands. Sign up today at joinp2p.ca.
Hey, Journeyman Plumbers, UA Local 71, they're now hiring. Earn top pay, full benefits, and union representation. Visit UALocal71.com and start building your future today.
Well, if nothing else, Dean, the Senators need to generate some momentum on this power play opportunity coming up. No shots on goal, difficulty entering the zone. If nothing else, just dump the puck in and try and retrieve it. It starts, though, at the dot. Face off to the right to Freddie Anderson. Power play chance number 2 with Svechnikov off in the box for a rough. Here we go.
Off the face-off. Kachuk wins it. Back to the point. Sanderson gets it back. Along the boards. Batherson throws it low to the corner. Here's Brady Kachuk to get it. Tries to send it around to Stützle. It's intercepted. And again, cleared all the way back down ice.
There's nothing fancy or overwhelming about this penalty kill. Honest to goodness, this is just sloppiness right now. Nervousness, perhaps, from the Senators.
Batherson carries it to the line. Drops it Stützle in to Dylan Cousins. Cousins along the boards. Swings it back to the corner and gives the puck away. Tries to gain it back and does, but inadvertently sends it back out and down to his own end. May have to just give a simple instruction. When you get inside the line, just shoot it at the goalie. You know, like the rest of this isn't working. Batherson gets in, tries to walk through, loses the puck, and again, an easy clear for Carolina.
Well, that was a 5-on-4 attack that led to the changed direction in an awful hurry, and it was 1-on-4 when Batherson tried to do it himself.
This game brought to you in part by Capital Upfitters and Protective Coatings. 45 seconds to go in the power play for Ottawa. Pinto in. Gets a shot away. Just misses. Out the other side. Here's Giroux. Back to the point. Chabot. Giroux. Down to the corner. Fogle back to Giroux again. Changes the angle. Fogle walks in. Goes back to the net with it. Tries to feed the point. They move it across. Here's Giroux. Back in front. Pinto with a shot. That's deflected in front. Clearing attempt. And the Canes send it back down ice. Chabot back up with it again. Last rush with a man advantage for Ottawa. Into the zone. Here's Pinto. Flings it across. Puck is tipped to the line and Giroux with it in the corner. Sends it side of the net. That was redirected at the side of the net. Along the boards, here's Spence. Spence back to the corner. Pinto walks in his shot. Save is made. Loose puck spills back in front. Now the puck is cleared away from Ridley Gregg and back out to center. We're back to 5-on-5. As Svechnikov comes out of the box, gets the puck and dumps it in.
Pinto's shot may have hit pipe, Dean. He had a short side opening there to the over the left shoulder of Anderson, and the way that puck sprung free, looked like he may have hit the post.
Out at center. Nick Cousins dumps the puck down inside the zone, goes in to try and chase it. Here's Amadio. Amadio goes cross ice. Spence gets a shot away. Save is made. Back of the net. Here's Cousins. Cousins in the corner. Here's Amadio now in the corner. Amadio loses the puck, and along the board, Spence pinches to hold it in, but can't. It drifts back out to center and coming across. Here's Manpalo, steers it to the corner. Blake takes him in the corner, but Manpalo steers it along the boards. Taylor Hall knocked off the puck, but Gostisbehere fires one through, it misses. Here's Taylor Hall with a rebound. Hall out front, sends it backside for Gostisbehere. Couldn't get a shot away. Gostisbehere back to the point. Hall with a shot. That's blocked to the corner. Amadio chops it to the other corner, but Canes are there waiting for it. Puck cleared off the glass and back out to center now. Minute 15 remaining in this opening period.
Nice job by Nicholas Manpalo. He was all over that defensive zone play, Dean, and finally got the puck bottom of the face-off circle to the right of Linus Ullmark, and a quick turn, pivot, chip off the glass.
Well, if you're wondering who was the best first period team, here's Brady Tkachuk in front, jams it right off the post. Tkachuk gets a second chance, and off the post he sends it. Spinning shot by Chabot. The rebound knocked down, and again he clears it back out to center. Play is whistled down, and we'll get a face-off outside the Ottawa line as Brady Tkachuk takes a slash in the back of the leg on the way back to the bench.
There have been Senators conceivably could be up 3-1 in this game. Brady, point blank, top of the crease, gets a shot away, gets the rebound off the pipe.
You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
You need your ride at the top of its game. Capital Upfitters can help with a full line of services and products to protect your truck. From rust-proofing and spray-on bed liners to Nerf bars, back racks, tonneau covers, and more. At Capital Upfitters, our professional installation team can install complete van upfits, partitions, shelving, lights, and custom packages. Give your vehicle a serious upgrade at Capital Upfitters in the East End on Hawthorne, the West End on Westcar, and in Petawawa. CapitalUpfitters.ca.
Bell Pure Fiber Internet? It's fast, like really fast. And the offer? It's good, like really good.
Switch to Bell Pure Fiber, Canada's fastest internet, awarded by Ookla, with plans starting at $60 a month with autopay credit. Whichever 2-year term plan you choose, the price is guaranteed for 2 years.
Fast internet, long ad, but so worth it.
Visit bell.ca for more details and to check availability. Bell, connection is everything.
Bell Ads for Business. Digital ads made easy for local advertisers. Get started today with just a few clicks. Set your budget, choose your format, reach new customers, and see results. Advertise your business on Canada's most trusted platforms like Crave, CTV, Nuvo, RDS, and TSN. Fast, easy, effective. Have your campaign live the very next day. Get started now at bellmedia.ca/ads.
TSN 1200, home of the NFL.
Dean Gord here in this booth, over in that booth right over there. It is Graham Creech and Chris Stevenson. They'll have your first intermission coming up in only moments. And in that other booth right over there, you've got Noah Luden, who's producing this shindig tonight. 1-0 Canes lead, 40 seconds to go in this opening period, and the Senators have gotten 4 pucks behind goaltender Freddie Anderson. They just can't get him over the goal line.
No, the hockey gods giveth and they taketh away, and the Senators right now are not getting anything here. The hockey gods are clearly smiling on one number 31, Freddie Anderson. He has had puck luck written all over him. The Senators have had bad puck luck written all over them. Shots are 14-9 favoring the Canes, but And Linus Ullmark has been outstanding, but it's a 1-0 Canes lead, even though the Senators, I think, have produced the better of the scoring chances. Brady the last to hit one off the post.
Freddie Anderson in the offseason invested heavily in a horseshoe factory, and it clearly is worth the money. Here's Chabot in his own zone, falls, but gets some support. Puck is cleared ahead, and back out to center. Down to the Canes line, and in for Fogle. Puck in the corner. Now Eller along the boards. Tries to get it to a friendly stick for a shot with 10 seconds to go. Spence in from the point to keep it alive. Here's Eller now back of the net, trying to lean his way out. And he is leaned on by Walker. Puck comes along the board. Spence at the horn. Tries to send it to the net, but it's blocked.
Well, that's a good way to end the period. The fourth line is out there, and what did they do? They played Senators hockey. They played a grind shift, and they kept the play alive down at the other end of the ice. Now, that being said, it's at the end of the period. You're down 1-0, but it's a lead-by-example scenario here where, the coach can say, this is what we need to do more of. Now, the Senators had ample opportunity to get the puck towards the net, and they did just that. I'm going to be curious to see how the second period unfolds for one Tim Stützle, because on the game's first shift, 30 seconds in, he took a pass from Claude Giroux off his skate, looked at an open net. He could not get a handle on the bouncing puck, and the puck went wide. After that, Dean, a couple of bad, glaring turnovers from Tim Stützle. They need him more than anybody else to get his game back together and calm and cool and collected. But this is going to be a fun game to watch.
So at the end of one period of play in Raleigh, North Carolina, the Canes with a 1-0 lead. Coming up, our first intermission with Graham and CJ, brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Looking for the best place to watch the hockey game? Check out the St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar. Whether you're with a group of friends or out with your coworkers, come in, cheer for your favorite team, and enjoy St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar's many game night specials. Best hockey nights are at your local St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar with 2 East End locations, 1754 Saint Laurent Boulevard and 2484 Saint Joseph Boulevard in Orleans. Full menu online at sthubert.com.
Save on tires guaranteed with Myers 30-day price match. As the largest volume dealer group in Eastern Ontario, Myers sells Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, Chev, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Infiniti, and Subaru. So when you think tires, think Myers. With locations in Orleans, Nepean, Bells Corners, Canada, Barhaven, Manotick, Timpville, and Kingston, you're just minutes away from Myers 30-day price match guarantee.
Myers.ca. As Canada stares down economic uncertainty, we're ready with a plan to protect Ontario. We're fighting to defend every job, building new nuclear facilities, speeding up approvals, diversifying our trade, bringing opportunity and good jobs home. Because this province doesn't just sit back, we build. That's how we protect Ontario. Learn more at ontario.ca/protectontario. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
YouTube said this would be easy. Why is the water hitting the ceiling?
DIY plumbing disasters? Call Reliance Homes. Burst pipes, leaky faucets, clogged drains, we fix it all. Our licensed plumbers will call before arriving, explain your options, and the price we quote is the price you pay. Plus, we'll treat your home like our own. We have 60 years of experience and over 150,000 5-star reviews for all your plumbing needs. Call on Reliance. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Sens playoffs are here, and there's no better place to watch than Lone Star Texas Grill. During every playoff game, score 32-ounce domestic beer starting at just $9.99 and half-price nachos when the puck drops. Big screens, big flavors, and the official fajita of the Ottawa Senators. And hey, Lone Star's been bringing people together in Ottawa for 40 years now. So playoff nights, they're kind of our thing. Lone Star Texas Grill. Playoffs done right.
TSN 1200, home of the Red Blacks. Sens intermission on TSN 1200 is brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Now, here's the play of the period.
And he takes a hit back to the point. Shot through traffic. Knocked down side of the net. Back out the other side. Spins with a shot. Right on. Loose puck. Bouncing. Gets to the goal line and steered away at the last second by Stan Colvin.
Oh, my goodness, Dean. The Senators have come inches away from taking a 2-0 lead in this game early. That puck right in behind Freddie Anderson. Headed towards the open goal. Stan Colvin comes through and steals the puck away.
Yeah, Senators come super close multiple times, but unable to find or to solve Freddie Anderson so far through 4 periods. That's the play of the period. Time now for the first period scoring summary. And right after Stankoven took that one off the line, he would score on a power play. His second of the series from Hall and Blake at 6:31 made it 1-0 Canes. That's the score through 20 minutes. Carolina ended up out shooting Ottawa 14-9. The Sens are 0 for 2 on the power play. A brutal-looking man advantage so far. Canes PK just dominating the Sens power play. Carolina, meanwhile, 1-for-1 on their opportunity on the power play. Tonight's game is brought to you in part by Audi Ottawa, Audi City Ottawa, and Audi West Ottawa. And we'd like to welcome everyone listening along the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators radio network, including Lanark and Leeds 88.1 My FM, Sirius XM NHL Radio, TSN1200.ca, and Sens fans around the world streaming through the iHeartRadio app, and everyone listening on our flagship station in Ottawa, Sports Radio TSN 1200. Coming up, the TSN 1200 St. Hubert Barbecue Out of Town Scoreboard, and we'll analyze the first period with Chris Stevenson. This is Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators radio network.
Spring into clarity with the Audi Q5, a refined, tech-forward, and comfortable driving experience with the space and flexibility to fit your lifestyle, and a premium interior for that true Audi feel. Right now, take advantage of the Audi X Service Loaner program. Lease a 2025 Audi Q5 from just $249 bi-weekly plus tax, including a $4,400 Audi Spring credit. Find yours at AudiCityOttawa.com. Lease for 48 months at 2.98%. $6,000 down or equivalent trade-in required. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
There's no better truck selection than right now during Truck Month at your local Myers Team GM. Andrew McAleer, General Manager at Myers Team GM Orleans, is with us. Andrew, you have the trucks and the deals.
We sure do, Steve. We have 250 trucks in stock and ready to roll. Come see us now at your local Myers Team GM. No reasonable offer will be refused. With financing from 0% up to 72 months on select models, this is an opportunity not to be missed.
Looking for an SUV? Get this Myers exclusive. On select award-winning SUVs, Costco members save up to a $1,200 bonus with 0% financing.
Come make your Truck Month offer. Get financing up to 72 months from as low as 0% on the biggest selection in Eastern Ontario.
Only at Myers Team GM, Orleans, Baseline and Maryvale, Canada Auto Park, Kempville, and now Myers Team GM Kingston.
Myers.ca. Elite International Volleyball is coming to the arena at TD Place from June 10th through the 14th. The Volleyball Nations League 2026, or VNL, brings international powerhouse men's teams to the nation's capital. Watch Team Canada and top-ranked national squads from France, Italy, Germany, Turkey, and the USA compete over 5 action-packed days of matches. All ticket options are available now, including full event, flex packs, and single tickets. The 2026 Volleyball Nations League. Get your tickets now at tdplace.ca.
Sens score 4 again. Gabriel's. Save big on the official Ottawa Senators pizza from Gabriel Pizza. When the Sens score 4, you save more. Order a 9-inch Sens pizza for just $7.77 the next day on the Gabriel Pizza app. Download the Gabriel Pizza app and score big saves on Sens game days. Plus, earn points towards free Gabriel Pizza. Bigger, better. Gabriel Pizza.
TSN 1200, home of the Ottawa 67s. Back to Sens hockey on TSN 1200. Now let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Hubert Barbecue, chicken, ribs, and hockey.
All right, one other game underway in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and it's 0-0 Penguins and Flyers. 11:50 left in the second period. Philadelphia leading 1-0. 9:30 start game 2 between the Stars and Wild from Dallas, with Minnesota leading that 1-0. And game 1, Oilers and Ducks from Edmonton, 10 o'clock start on that one. To the NBA playoffs, where the Raptors trail the Cavaliers 54-48 at the half. Knicks up 17-9 on the Hawks in the first quarter. 10:30 start between the Nuggets and T-Wolves from Denver, with the Nuggets leading that 1-0. Senators trail the Carolina Hurricanes 1-0 after 1. Chris Stevenson, I thought we'll get to the power play in a moment, but 5-on-5, Ottawa ends up attempting the Hurricanes 27-19. I thought I was talking about the Cousins line and the pregame needing to be better. They have been dominant. The Stützle line has been dominated, according to Natural Stat Trick. But overall, how would you assess that first period where the Senators came very close multiple times to scoring?
Yeah,
but didn't.
You look for a change off of the bat after the way the first game went. And it's tough not to keep going back to that opportunity for Stützle with a wide open net. Takes it off his skate, heels it, then bangs it off of the post. And you think about how that, and I know probably doesn't do much good to be dwelling on what's happened, but you just think about how that could have changed the narrative of this series. A guy that didn't do much in the first game and had an opportunity a minute into this one with a wide open net to give Ottawa the lead, and see how that changes the pace of a game and how that changes the way Carolina goes about their business. But that didn't happen. And, after that, now it's just seems like it's become almost a mental struggle more than anything else for Ottawa around the net. Brady all alone in front, kind of rushes his shot. Zetterlund's there for the rebound, and Anderson gets his pad down. Giroux with a great chance and a great save by Anderson. This is Frederick Anderson. Come on. I guess what the Senators can take out of that is they did create probably more in the first 20 minutes than they did the whole game in game number 1. So it feels like there has been a positive step forward, though it hasn't been pretty. They're getting, I said to you at one point, try winning a puck battle. They were just getting thrashed every time there was a puck up for grabs. Tim Stützle along the wall there with the puck and just gets buried, knocked to the ice, and the Canes skate away with the puck. They just need to have more edge against this team in those puck battles, in the man-on-man, stick-on-stick battles. That all said, they can take away that they did create more and have better chances in that first period than they did probably that whole last game. So need to scrap through it, find a way to get one behind Anderson. You know that it's going to be an ugly one. Has to be, the way things are going. And if they can find that one, then at least they'll start catching up to Stankoven, who so far has outscored the entire Ottawa team 3-0 in this series.
What's going on with the power play? Credit to Canes PK. They've been aggressive. They've been dominating. But the Sens power play has been brutal. Just brutal to start the series.
It just seems like bad decision on top of bad decision. And to your point, two teams on the ice. Carolina's done a great job with the pressure. But it seems like every time Ottawa makes a decision to put the puck in a particular area of the ice, it's been the wrong decision. And there was a couple of times they had opportunities. As I said, getting that ugly goal, they had a couple of opportunities down low. Just take it to the net and jam away. And there was an attempted pass into the slot that hits a foot and creates a loose puck, and the next thing you know, it's out of the zone. And it feels like right now they should take a page from the Hurricanes' approach to doing things, and that's just like funnel some pucks to the net. To me, they're still on the outside trying to look for that great shot from the bumper and make it ugly.
Well, the Hurricanes up 1-0. Logan Stankoven power play goal has them up at the break. First intermission has been brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Coming up, the second with Dean and Gord. At the end of the first period, scores 1-0 Canes. You're listening to Sens Hockey, the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Hello, this is Kelsey from Bean Chevrolet Buick GMC in Carleton Place, and I'm here with Jim Whitmarsh. Jim, Truck Month continues with great deals on trucks and SUVs, but we should talk about Corvettes.
Haha, my dream cars.
I think everyone dreams about Corvettes and having a Corvette summer.
The C8 Corvette is a world-class sports car that's actually affordable, and we have them in stock.
Coupes, convertibles, new and used.
Corvette prices, picks, and payments on beancars.ca.
When caregivers raise children through adoption, kinship, or customary care, they draw on their own experiences and cultural backgrounds to navigate their journey. At Interwoven Connections, we're committed to creating space for these diverse perspectives through peer-led support, clinical guidance, and advocacy grounded in lived experience. Every family deserves to feel seen, heard, and supported. Find the connection you need today at joinp2p.ca.
Ready for thrilling shutouts and exciting power plays? Save all hockey season with a CAA hat trick. Members save big on select Ottawa Senators home games. Get $13 off Lot 4 parking at Canadian Tire Centre with online ticket purchase, and save when you fuel up pregame at Swiss Chalet, Harvey's, Eastside Mario's, or Beer Market. Memberships start at $30. Join today and save 10% on new memberships. Visit CAAeveryday.ca. Conditions apply.
When the Sens hit the ice, you bring the noise, and Firehouse Subs will bring the brisket. Score big every Sens game with the $8.99 brisket hat trick at Firehouse Subs. Stacked high with premium brisket, smoked low and slow, tender turkey, and thin sliced ham on a freshly toasted roll. Download the Firehouse Subs app or order online. Use promo code GOSENS. With 8 locations across Ottawa, your game day win is close by. Firehouse Subs,
the official sub of the Ottawa Senators.
The best way to follow the Stanley Cup playoffs is here. The NHL app is your place to get every highlight from every game of every series. Behind-the-scenes playoff content you won't get anywhere else. The most NHL Edge advanced stats, keeping you up to date from round 1 through the Stanley Cup final. When it comes to following the playoffs, don't settle for anything less. The Stanley Cup playoffs are better on the NHL app.
You're listening to TSN 1200.
All right, welcome back inside our broadcast booth, everybody. Gord Wilson alongside Dean Brown as we get set for period number 2 of this wild game between the Senators and Carolina Hurricanes. It's a 1-0 Canes lead, so the Senators have now gone 4 periods of this playoff series without scoring a goal, not for a lack of try. Shots were 14-9 favoring Carolina in the hockey game, but Ottawa had another 18 shots directed at the net. They missed the net 12 times, and one came 30 seconds into the hockey game. Well, Tim Stützle was looking at a wide-open net. He took a pass from Claude Giroux off his right skate, tried to get it to his stick. He actually kicked it a little bit more with his left skate and kicked it away from the stick, and the next thing you know, he was out of real estate, and that net was no longer completely empty, and he hit the side of the goal, and that was as close. Well, maybe not as close as the Ottawa Senators would come, because Brady Tkachuk actually hit a post late in the period. Drake Batherson got a puck behind Freddie Anderson, but he was able to reach around and stop the puck from crossing the goal line. The closest came with the puck on the goal line. Shane Pinto stuck one between the pads of Freddie Anderson, and Logan Stankoven came in from behind and scooped the puck out of harm's way. So the Senators have had their chances, but the hockey gods have said it's Carolina's first period to have here. Linus Ullmark lost in all of the lost chances offensively for the Canes, or for the Senators rather, was the play of Linus Ullmark, because he was outstanding in that first period. Only stopped 13 of the 14 shots directed his way, and the Canes team certainly had their opportunities at 5-on-5.
Yeah, no question. There's a lot of things to like about Ottawa's game, and a lot of things you would expect from Carolina's game. Everything you expect from the game is what you got. It's the second best first period team in the league, and that's what you get. And with Ottawa, again, they're only a goal down. The goaltenders played a great game, and they're just a couple of plays from being able to get in this game and take over this game, but getting over that hump seems to be a very, very difficult thing to do. They put 4 pucks behind the Carolina goal in that period and couldn't put them over the goal line. And sooner or later, you have to catch a break, but if you think Carolina's going to change the way they play, that will not be happening.
Sooner or later, the power play has to click as well. 0 for 2 in that first 20 minutes. All right, period 2 is underway. 1-0 Canes lead, and with the play-by-play, here's Dean.
And puck is sent out to center by Sanderson. Canes quickly just dump it back in. Started this game with an over-under of 5.5. As we open up the second, it is still 5.5. Remember, you can make every moment more on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook.
Okay, outlet pass starts with a good pass from Nicholas Matenpalo, but it doesn't connect in the neutral zone, and as a result, it's a face-off to the right of Linus Ullmark, right or left, depending on where Carolina chooses. Face-offs dominated by Ottawa at the 9 dots on the ice. Ottawa won 75% of the face-offs. There were only 8 of them. Ottawa won 6. The
Ottawa won 56% of the draws in Game 1, which is what you'd expect. Ottawa over the course of the regular season was a dominant face-off team. Carolina, as far as face-off goes, was middle of the pack, literally 16th. There's a long shot that misses. Sanderson picks up the loose puck, sends it out to center. Tipped down to the line by Nick Cousins. Cleared back out again by Carolina. Here's Jarvis. Drops it off. Aho in for Svechnikov. Svechnikov with a shot. Save is made by Olmark. Sanders break it back out to center. It is shoveled by Pinto back down inside the Canes' end. Everybody goes off on a change.
Fourth shot on goal credited to Svechnikov, and again, turnover in the neutral zone. The Canes take advantage, and I think the last thing the Senators want to see have happen is Aho, Svechnikov, and Jarvis get revved up offensively.
Brady Tkachuk sends the puck along the boards, but not out. Now gets it back in behind his own net, steers the puck ahead. Back to the point, but again, not out. Here's Martin, who fires it through, and that one goes over the net. Back to the point. Walker fires it back to the corner. Martinuk with a shot. Save is made by Omar. Back in front it comes to the point. There's a pass intercepted, and Ridley Gregg just airmails it out and back down ice.
Not the way to generate offense, just airmailing the puck, but it's certainly a safe play to keep the puck out of your own end. I have zero issue with the punt and hunt later.
Stankoven dumps the puck down inside the Ottawa zone. Stoops along the boards, drops it off, and now Batherson lugs it to center. Tries to go cross ice in the neutral zone. McKeeshan breaks that up. Puck thrown down to the line, and Chatfield with it now, just inside his own line. Gets it across, and Walker, long lead pass to the Ottawa line, and in. There's a snapper from Taylor Hall, and the save is made by Linus Ullmark, and we are 2:26 into period number 2, and still a 1-0 Canes lead.
Well, Linus Ullmark comes up with a game-stopping save. In other words, time stoppage save, and that's a good thing because the Canes had the Stankoven, Blake, Hall trio on the ice with Lassie Thompson and Dennis Gilbert. That would have been a mismatch for sure. Both teams able to make some changes here now after a simple stop, but it's the game within the game here for the Senators.
There's Carrier with a shot that's blocked by Madden Paolo, and that forces the puck back out. Canes dump it back in again. Here's Sanderson back at his own net. Feeds the puck to Eller, and Eller gets to the neutral zone, banks the puck in. McKeeshan goes in to chase it, sends it off the boards, back to center. In the neutral zone, puck is tipped back in. Here's a steal by Fogle. Fogle takes it to the net. Couldn't get a good shot away. Springs it back to the front. Here's Eller. Back to the point. Sanderson fires it through. It's deflected on the way there. Nikishin clears it off the boards, and the Canes get it back to center. Here's Robinson. Tries to cut in. Couldn't get a shot away. Loses the puck. Flip back out to center and down. And this will go with an icing call as Gostisbehere glides back together.
Well, again, an intended pass from Zetterlund on the right wing, and he is gassed. He's sucking wind here right now, Dean, and fresh troops come out for Carolina, and the last shift by the Senators. Zetterlund leads with 52 seconds of playing time. Sanderson, 49. Spence, 21. Key face-off for Lars Eller. He's at 49 seconds. Well, Zetterlund's actually an injury absence here. He's been able to come off the ice, so that's good news for the Senators.
Looks like, based on the way Dom Nicoletta's looking at him, a hand-wrist deal. Here's Eller inside the zone. Tries to send it in front. Backhanded by Fogle, doesn't get through. Out of the corner. Here's Stützle with it now. Stützle along the boards. Tries to run it back to the corner and does. Here's Batherson. Drops it off, and a quick shot through traffic by Claude Giroux. Big save is made by Freddie Anderson.
Well, this is just winning puck battles, though, Dean. Tim Stützle did a nice job to protect the puck on the half wall. He worked it down low to the goal line to Batherson, and Batherson then just went right up the wall. And he protected the puck well enough to allow Claude Giroux to step in and get a rocket of a shot off. 84-mile-an-hour shot that is stopped by the right arm of Freddie Anderson as Giroux shakes his head as the Senators continue to look for their first goal. But these are the starts that Ottawa needs here. Win these puck battles to create the offensive chances.
Face off to the left of Anderson. Pinto kicked out of the circle. So Amadio will come in and take the draw. Aho wins it. a terrible night in the face-off circle in Game 1. 18.2%. Yikes.
Yikes is right.
Puck is deflected down inside the Kane zone as Nick Cousins goes in and levels his man back of the net. Here's Shabbat back at the point. Swings it back along the boards. Amadio to the point. There's a shot through traffic. Doesn't get through the traffic. Pinto back of the net trying to corral it. There's Nick Cousins after it. He links up with Aho. Puck comes free now to center. It's a 2-on-1. Svechnikov inside the line with Jarvis. Svechnikov with a shot. Save is made as Linus Ullmark comes up with a big save.
Shabbat right there to clear the rebound. Senators go back on the attack, but it's at the end of a long shift for the Pinto line. They make the change.
Canes dump it back in. Matt Palo knocks the puck away from Stahl to the line and out. And in the neutral zone, Gostisbehere just sends it back to the line. Offside the call, though, and a faceoff will come back outside the Ottawa line. This game brought to you in part by Hulse Playfair and McGarry and by Janny King.
Well, there have been a couple of, too many odd man rushes already in this game for the Carolina Hurricanes, certainly to the dislike of the head coach of the Senators, Travis Green. Ottawa does not normally give up odd man rushes. It's rare. But a bad pinch by Jordan Spence creates Svechnikov's open ice down the left wing, and there was a first period odd man rush that Linus Ullmark was equal to the task on, and he got the glove down low to stop Svechnikov as well.
Stan Coven with the only goal of his game. There have been 3 goals in this series, and he has been a part of all of them, scoring 2 and assisting on another. And I looked at the replay 50 times. I still think he got the other one. They ended up changing it to Taylor Hall, but I still think it was Stanko that tipped it between the legs of Linus Ullmark.
And the Stankoven goal here tonight, assisted by Hall and Blake. These 3 have accounted for all the offense from Carolina, with the exception of Nikishin's 1 assist.
Along the boards, puck is tipped out to center and down to the Canes end. Here's Stahl back to get it. Sends it around the boards and back out. Back inside the line, here's Ehlers. Couldn't get a shot away. Sends it back in front. To the line, here's Keandre Miller, and that misses. Along the boards. Brady Tkachuk picks it up, sends it ahead to the line. Busting in, Ridley Gregg tries to take it to the net. He is tripped on the way to the net, and will it be? The official still hasn't signaled. This could be a penalty shot. Will it be?
2 arms are up.
No, it's just a tripping call. He was delaying there. I thought there might be a penalty shot in that.
Yeah, Jean Hebert had the original call, or the initial call. He had the arm up the longest, and there is going to be a tripping penalty here. Ridley Gregg slow to get up, but good drive down the right wing. This was the Senators taking advantage of a missed shot by Keandre Miller. It was Brady Tkachuk feeding a pass to Gregg, who had snuck in behind Keandre Miller and took that puck to his backhand, and Walker was the one who tripped him up going to the net. None the worse for wear is Freddie Anderson. As the two have a quick conversation, a little bit of good sportsmanship there, and oh boy, yeah, Anderson's pad came down on the left side of the head of Ridley Gregg. In any case, can the Senators crack the penalty kill code of the Carolina Hurricanes? They solved the mystery themselves. They're 0 for 2 on the power play tonight, 0 for 6 so far in this series, and they have just 8 shots to show for it.
This power play brought to you by CAA North and East Ontario. Face off to the right of Freddie Anderson. Brady Tkachuk to take the draw. He had an abnormally bad night in the face-off circle the other night as well in Game 1, just 20%. Over the course of the regular season, he was very good at 57.6. The Canes have the chance to clear it, and they do.
And they do. They win the draw. Actually, Ottawa had possession of the puck, but lost the battle. And it's regroup time for Sanderson.
Sanderson skates it ahead. Now he drops it. Here's Stützle to the line and in. Carries it in, swings it around. Gets it back to Sanderson. Brady Tkachuk tries to feed the slot, but it's knocked away and back out to center.
So now things aren't coming natural to this power play unit, Dean. Force feeding the issue is not going to solve the problem. It's going to create more of an issue. And again, upon entry, the Senators lose control, and now the battle.
Here's Aho, steals a puck down in the Ottawa and sends it in front. Short-handed chance and a great save by Ullmark. off a giveaway shorthanded opportunity. Seth Jarvis tried to pick the top corner and nearly did.
Yeah, well, flashing the leather. Another fantastic save by Linus Ullmark. 12 shorthanded goals that the Canes had in the regular season to lead the National Hockey League. And this is inexcusable play from Tim Stützle. He was just too casual trying to go back for a puck, and the Canes took full advantage of it. Your best have to be at their best every second they're on the ice. Not the case here. Ottawa still has 60 seconds left in the man advantage.
Here's Shabbat to center. Drops it back, and now Giroux gets to the line. Swings it back in, and offside is the call as Pinto takes a shot right at the whistle, and you know what shenanigans happen after that.
Well, we'll see what the referees do here, Dean. They've been selective in what they're doing, and right now Jean-Hébert and Freddie Anderson's being asked to get out of the scrum and get back into the blue paint because he could be penalized for this. But you got to be very careful here, because after all of these scrums, at some point the officials are just going to say, well, we're just going to take one here and give the other team a power play.
So I'm looking, and I don't think there are going to be any penalties after any of or all of this.
There's a late whistle on the offside to begin with. Pinto was well in the zone, and he was almost at the hash mark when he took the wrister. And then all of a sudden, there's still 57 seconds left. It's an offside call. 55 seconds left in the power play. And Shane Pinto came in late, but it's Freddie Anderson squeezing those pads together to make another save. But finally, a scoring opportunity on the power play. Anderson equal to the task. He has stopped now all 34 shots that he has faced in the first 4 periods and 8 minutes.
46 seconds to go in this Ottawa power play.
It's like a never-ending power play here.
Well, so many stoppages and meetings and scrums and
face off here to the left of Fast Freddy.
Giroux and Stahl. Stahl jumps early. Off the face-off. Stahl wins it over Giroux. There's a puck that goes off an Ottawa stick, up and out of play. So another face-off again inside the Carolina end now.
I think this will come to the other side, if I'm not. Yeah, it should come to the other side, which means this could be Tim Stützle's face-off to take to the right of Anderson. We'll wait and see. That was a clean win by Jordan Stahl over Claude Giroux. 42 seconds now left in the power play.
Off the draw. Chuck wins it, but needs some help from Stützle. Puck goes to the corner. Slave into Martinuk. Martinuk trying to clear it. And Ottawa trying to just keep it alive in the zone. Giroux takes a slash at it to keep it alive, and Pinto does. Here's Pinto. Tries to send it in front. The pass to Brady Tkachuk. Hits a skate. Now back out to center. Here's Stahl back down to the Ottawa end. Gets wrangled up. Tied up. Shabbat clears the puck away from him. Back down ice. Stützle to the line and in. Takes the puck deep. Stützle breaks on in the corner. Still has it. Tries to kick it back to the point, but gives it away. And that creates a 2-on-1. Stahl back the other way. Stahl slides it through. Scores! Aho makes it 2-0.
Well, just an horrendous, egregious giveaway by Tim Stützle inside the Carolina line. I mean, he's down half boards. He's 15 feet from the goal line, not 5 feet from his own blue line. And puts on the brakes, throws the puck up the boards, and it's Sebastian Aho just easily intercepting. What Stützle was thinking is beyond me, and where he was going with it. He reacted as soon as he made the play, Dean. He reacted, head snap back, and the Canes went down 2-on-1. And again, it's another odd man rush. And this will go off this skate of Aho and past Linus Ullmark, not before it hits the skate of, I think, Thomas Chabot, if I'm not mistaken. 2-0, Carolina leads.
Off the face-off, Canes back in the Ottawa zone again. Along the boards. They're trying to skid the puck ahead. Comes in and blasts Carrier to get him off the puck. This game brought to you in part by Jim K. Ford Lincoln. Here's Zetterlund in his own end. Puts the puck back of his own net. Here's Spence now. Looking to break it up ice. Spence to center. Sends the puck off of Eller down to the line and in, but offside the call. 11:34 to go in the second. 2-0 Canes lead. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Win more at Bingoland Gaming Center. Bingoland has increased their prize boards, so you have a chance to win the highest prizes in the city. Whether playing bingo the traditional way or on a digital bingo screen, the jackpot is bigger than ever. And with over 120 digital gaming machines in the Tap Takes Lounge, there's excitement for everyone at Bingoland Gaming Center, Ottawa's community gaming destination for over 35 years. Game smart. Must be 18 to play.
Spring into something new with the all-new Audi Q3. Now standard with legendary Quattro all-wheel drive on 2026 models. Enjoy the space, versatility, and refined interior that make every detail feel distinctly Audi. Lease the Audi Q3 from just $299 bi-weekly, plus tax for 48 months, including a $500 Audi Spring credit. Visit AudiCityOttawa.com to find yours today. Lease for 48 months at 5.98%. $5,500 down or equivalent trade-in required. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Wednesday, May 6th is McHappy Day, when every menu item purchased at McDonald's helps support families with sick children. So you can feel the good that comes from doing good, just from ordering.
So if I order a Big Mac, I'm helping.
Yup.
What about a McFlurry? 10-piece chicken McNuggets and apple pie?
You got it. Every single order helps. Join us at McDonald's for McHappy Day on Wednesday, May 6th. A portion of food and beverage sales will help support Ronald McDonald House programs and local children's charities across Canada.
This is TSN 1200 Ottawa.
You can stop rust in its tracks with Capital Upfitters Rust Proofing. Protect your investment with an annual dose of unbeatable protection. Capital Upfitters, Ottawa East, West, and Petawawa. CapitalUpfitters.ca.
Well, on the TV broadcast right now, they are highlighting Sens opportunities and results from the opportunities. In other words, when you're down 2-0, you've had opportunities and not scored. It leads to, guess what? The most useless emotion for a team that's on the comeback, and that's frustration. And Shane Pinto, Brady Tkachuk, Tim Stützle, all being highlighted for frustrating moments after near scoring chances. Stay the course. You've done it the whole time. Getting back into a playoff race and making the playoffs, you have to stick to the game plan and not get frustrated.
There's Greg back to the net. Centering pass for Cousins. Knocked down loose in the corner as Tkachuk, who made the pass, tries to get back on the rebound. Up along the boards. As Cousins is drilled from behind by Keandre Miller. And now back out to center. Here's Walker. Gets to the Ottawa line. Dumps it in. Here's Sanderson in the corner with it. Spins to get away from a check. And now Matt Powell fires it out to center. Canes drop it back to the Ottawa line. Here's Blake moving in. Sends it back in front. And the high riser from Ehlers misses. Stankoven now tries to center it. Puck is knocked down. Clearing attempt by Sanderson fails. He has no stick. Centering pass across. Ah, what a save. Linus Ullmark has it underneath him as he makes a fantastic spin-around diving save.
Only reason this game is just 2-0 as Taylor Hall wide open on the half boards, face-off dot to the left of the Ottawa net, cross-ice pass, and Taylor Hall thinks this one's in, but again, just too much sloppiness, Dean. Bad pass by Nick Cousins. All of this while Jake Sanderson was trying to play the puck without his stick. He swatted at the puck. Linus Ullmark, oh my goodness, Dean. Just seeing an end zone replay of it. Hall didn't get all of it, but he got enough of it. And Linus had it hit him, and then he pounced on it as it dropped towards the open goal behind him.
Sens being outshot now 9-2 in this period.
23-11, and Ottawa's had 2 power play opportunities.
Blake sends the puck back in front of the Ottawa net. Gets to the point. Gostisbehere puts it back in behind the net. Along the boards. Pinto tries to hack it out. Can't get it out. Here's Blake now. Canes are just beating Ottawa everywhere on the ice in the small details. Out to center. Puck drifts back down inside the zone. Gostisbehere. Muscled off the puck by Zetterlund. The centering pass back to the point, picked off by Blake. Now Batherson loses the puck right at his own line. Here's Gilbert with it, back of his own net. He lobs it to the corner, just gives it to Blake. The no-look passes in your own zone have just become a brutal habit by Ottawa in this series. Out to center, here's Batherson, dumps it in. Tries to get around Chatfield, goes to the corner. Coming in, Nikishin gets to the puck, clears it to the line, not out. Sanderson goes low to the corner. Batherson tries to hit it again. Scores! Batherson throws it up over the shoulder of Anderson, and the Senators bust the shutout bid.
Oh boy, well, fantastic hand-eye coordination from Drake Batherson. His centering pass to Claude Giroux was stopped by the skate of, I think, Jalen Chatfield, and it came right back to Drake. And he just very quickly pivoted a little bit, right-handed shot on the left wing, pivoted slightly towards the goal, and buried this one up and over the left shoulder. Great keep in by Jake Sanderson. Yeah, short side goal by Batherson as he breaks the shutout bid. And off the skate of Slavin, actually, Dean, right back to Drake. So guess what? The hockey gods have smiled on the Ottawa Senators. And they did it with the guy who's got probably the quickest and slickest hands on the team. The team's second leading goal getter, Drake Batherson, gets his 34th of the season, first of postseason in Ottawa, back to within 1 shot of tying this game.
Senators back inside the zone. Cousins, Amadio back in front. Here's Amadio with a chance. Save is made by Anderson. Loose puck bouncing in front of the crease. Anderson gloves it and holds on to it. And again, we get a pileup in the crease in the Carolina end.
Oh boy, Senators again, though. Great jam play at the side and then the front of the net. And guess who the catalyst is? Michael Amadio. A couple of centering passes. Eller gets stopped by the right pad. And I can tell you that Anderson was out of position off the rebound. It came to Amadio. Anderson back in position to make the save.
This is the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Get spring ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic Oil 5-liter jugs, $29.97. Die Hard Lawn and Garden Battery Gold, $59.97. CarQuest Windshield Washer Fluid, 3.78-liter jug, $3.98. Prestone Premix Coolant, 3.78-liter jug, $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
You need your ride at the top of its game. Capital Upfitters can help with a full line of services and products to protect your truck. From rust-proofing and spray-on bed liners to Nerf bars, back racks, tonneau covers, and more. At Capital Upfitters, our professional installation team can install complete van upfits, partitions, shelving, lights, and custom packages. Give your vehicle a serious upgrade at Capital Upfitters in the East End on Hawthorne, the West End on Westcar, and in Petawawa. CapitalUpfitters.ca.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I just helped Tom with a business loan. He needed to soup up his mechanic shop. Not to brag, but I once modified a car to match my ultra speed. It went so fast, it broke the speed of sound. At least no one was inside. I hope no one was inside. I guess I'll just stick to approving business loans.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Just for license 12616.
Hockey season is floor care season. Let Janny King's specialized teams help your facility look its best with floor waxing, carpet cleaning, entry matting, and more. Trust the king of clean, Janny King. Off the draw, here's Lassie Thompson. Fires a shot through, hits a leg on the way there. Puck held in. Chatfield sends it to the corner. Stutzle can't get there to stop the exit as the puck is cleared all the way back down ice. No icing call as it trickled to the Ottawa crease, forcing Allmark to play it. Now here's Here's Thompson back of his own net. Playing his first NHL playoff game.
Last offensive zone face-off. The Senators won the draw, came back to Thompson. He's got a bomb of a shot. He took the puck to the middle of the ice. And, oh boy,
lying back right beside the net, and Ullmark didn't realize it was there as Sanderson made a little drop play that no one knew he was doing it, and the puck was lying there beside the open net. Up to the corner. Here's Lassie Thompson with it now.
Going to see some time with Jake Sanderson, and yes, Dean, you're right. His first playoff game. Dennis Gilbert's second ever playoff game. So there's that.
Here's Stützle now down to the line, plays it across. Brady Tkachuk sends it to the corner. Stützle gets buried before the puck ever arrives. Here's Martinuk now, sends it out to center, back down to the Ottawa end. This is Matt Palo. I think Ullmark thought that was supposed to be icing. He's looking at the lines. When he let it go, he could have played it, but to the line and in. Canes get control, clear it back out to center, and it's deflected in. Madden Palo back of his own net for Gilbert. Sends it up the boards. Chuck couldn't clear it. Here's Blake. Blake in behind the net, taken off his path by Gilbert. And the puck sent back out to center and down to the Canes line.
They're going to let interference go in the Carolina end. They might as well in the Ottawa end as well. And here we go again. More punching and face washing after a play. Jackson Blake getting in the thick of things. Chatfield and Matt Palo are. Brady is Brady. I don't think they're going to get any penalties from this. Things are dragging on.
This game brought to you in part by Great Canadian Oil Change and by Lazy Boy Home Furniture and Decor. So out of all that, I don't believe there are any penalties to come. Rod Bindamore is bamboozled by that.
Well, no, that's his happy face, Steve. He's always got that scowl.
He's got resting bamboozle face?
Yes. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, then.
8 years behind the bench.
Carolina 53, 2 minutes each for roughing it.
Okay, well, they are starting to do this now. 2 minutes each, so it's 4-on-4 hockey. Gilbert and Blake, I'm guessing, are the two penalized players.
Blake didn't like the check that Gilbert gave him, so he punched him in the face. And Gilbert basically gave it back to him in the face. And
it's a Blake sandwich there because Gilbert came in from Blake's right and Brady Tkachuk came in from the left. Nonetheless,
what's the over-under on when he was a player? What's the over-under on how many times Brindamore broke his nose?
I thought you were going to say how many times he hit somebody from behind or broke somebody else's nose.
He wasn't that kind of player.
No, not at all. Selke trophy.
No, he'd square up on you face to face.
Yeah.
The hitting guys from behind has become a thing now. And hey, you know, it's supposed to be against the rules. It's incredibly dangerous, but at this time of the year, it hardly ever gets called, and Carolina's good at doing it. So if it doesn't get called, it's not a penalty. So
10-5 are the shots this period, favoring the Canes, 24-14. It's a 2-1 game thanks to Drake Batherson's first of this postseason, his second career playoff goal. Jake Sanderson drawing the assist at 10:47 to erase a 2-0 deficit.
So 4-on-4 now for the next 2 minutes. 7:07 to go in the period. Tim Stützle arguing with the linesman over dropping the puck. He gets kicked out. Batherson will have to take this draw.
It's wasted energy here.
Off the draw. Here's Gostisbehere back of his own net with it. Leaves it for Aho. Out to center. Here's Gostisbehere. Turns back because he couldn't get around Batherson, so they'll go back to their own end and start this again. Here's Aho to center. Aho carries it in. Tries to get by Spence. That doesn't work. And now here's Shabbat. Ahead to center. In the neutral zone. Stützle ties up his man. Batherson with a puck. Cuts across. Loses it. There's a shot right on by Shabbat. And Stützle goes in looking for a rebound. There isn't any. And we'll get a face-off inside the Canes zone.
Well, good transition by Ottawa. Again, it's 1-on-1 going down the other way. And the Canes cough up the puck. Ottawa gets it behind their net. And Thomas Chabot picks up the pass and throws it up along the boards. Tim Stützle takes a big hit, but gets the puck around Gostisbehere, his defender, and that frees up some open space for Drake Batherson, who enters the zone, flips the puck in the air to himself. It's followed up, and Ottawa gets a pretty good chance out of it on the follow-up from Chabot.
Off the draw, Canes out to center. Here's Sanderson back to the line, loses the puck at the line as he tried to move around a stationary Brady Tkachuk. Now the Canes have it. There's Nikolai Ehlers back of his own net, looking to begin the 4-on-4 breakout. Through the line and in. Here's Svechnikov, takes it deep, tries to flip it in front. That gets knocked down. But the Canes stay on it. Back to the point. There's a shot, gloved down as Walker comes in, tries to snap it top corner, and that is gloved down by Linus Ullmark. 2-1, the Canes lead late in period number 2 in Carolina. We'll take a break. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
There are many great things in the Great White North. Great lakes, great outdoors, great big mountains. And now, there's one more. Great Canadian Oil Change. New name, same great service.
Spring has sprung. Keep your vehicle in great shape with annual maintenance from GCOC. No appointment necessary. For seasonal tire changeovers and more, go to gcoc.ca.
Great Canadian Oil Change. Locally owned and operated. A proud sponsor of the Ontario Hockey League.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I am Natalie Faubert, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Ottawa. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Go, Sens, go! Get ready for Gabriel Pizza Perks game days. Gabriel's. When the Sens play, you save. Save $5 off a medium large or extra large Ottawa Senators pizza when you order on the Gabriel Pizza app on Senators game days. Download the Gabriel Pizza app and score big savings on Sens pizza on Sens game days. Exclusively on the Gabriel Pizza app. Bigger, better. Gabriel Pizza.
TSN 1200. The Sens play here.
2-1, Carolina leads with 5:56 to go in period number 2. Ottawa got on the board moments ago. Drake Batherson with his first of the playoffs.
They came also close in game number 1 to score Ottawa for Ottawa in that 2-0 loss. Capitalizes on a good break that Ottawa finally gets here in this building, and it's a 2-1 game. 5:56 left to go in this second period. 25-15 shots favoring the Canes.
Off the draw, back to the point. Keeshan with a shot, a high riser that misses. Along the boards. Canes knock it down to hold it in. Aho now carries it back out to center. We have not yet seen Stahl out here during this 4-on-4. Centering pass goes by, and the reason I say that is several weeks ago at a press conference in Carolina, Rod Brindamore said that the best player on their team is Jordan Stahl. Now I think Brady Tkachuk trying to sprint to a loose puck, couldn't get to it. I think what he's just doing is being respectful to his captain for his leadership and other issues. Here's a quick shot, save is made by Omar. Rebound chance, Jarvis goes to the backhand but loses the handle. Back to the point. Back to 5-on-5 now. Blake in the corner with it. Tries to get away from Brady Tkachuk, who runs him into the boards. Puck goes up and out of play. Now, the reason I say that, Gord, that he was just trying to be respectful, is we all know how you can tell how any coach feels about a player. His ice time. So he may say in a press conference, to say all the right things, that Stahl is the best player on the team, but he's 6th among forwards on this team in average ice time over the course of the regular season. So he's definitely not the best player on the team.
Quintessential leader, though, and
yeah,
that's
for sure.
what Rod Brindamore is all about here, and it's just the team concept, right?
But what I'm making is he didn't say he's the best leader or, he said he's the best player, and I understand him being respectful of his captain, but He's 6th on the team in ice time for forwards on the team, which means he is not the best player. He's not even the best forward on the team.
Playing in his 164th career playoff game. Been around an awful long time. And a willing participant when Brady says, do you want to fight? Now, the question is, was it Brady who asked or was it Logan?
Yeah.
Or pardon me, was it Jordan who asked?
I think it might have been him.
I do too now.
Because Carolina is so determined to make sure that they aren't tabbed the way they were after last year's exit to Florida again. Too soft, not willing to play the tough kind of hockey you need to win in the playoffs in the NHL. Because 2 of the last 3 years they've been eliminated by Florida. Florida played that same way. Fast, rough, dirty, and Carolina just has so far in this incarnation of the team has been unwilling and or unable to play that kind of game. So the thought is that they are very inclined at the start of this series to try and prove, maybe just to themselves, that they can play that way.
Senators in the first period, Dean, won 75% of the draws. Right now it's 50-50. And to alleviate some pressure with the Stankoven, Blake, and Hall trio out after Ottawa lost the face-off, they won the battle for the puck, though. It was Thomas Chabot just simply airmailing the puck out of harm's way. This line has been that good. Here they come again.
Blake down to the line. Gilbert stops him up. Puck trickles to the corner. And Paolo pokes it ahead along the boards. As Fogle gets it out to center. Here's Zetto and steers it in. Rushing in. Pinto! Couldn't get a shot away. Tries to swing it back to the net. He's taken down. And the Canes cleared up the boards.
Jackson Blake, Dean, coming right back below his own goal line.
Here's Gostisbehere back the other way. Drops it for Blake. Blake in the Ottawa zone. Back along the boards. Centering pass. Nikishin with a shot that misses. Puck in behind the Ottawa goal. Here's Stankoven. Back to the point. A blown shot. Fogle intercepts it. Gets to the line. Dumps it in. Fogle goes in to get it himself. Missed on the pickup, though, and puck is flared back out to center. Sanderson back in his own zone to get it. Lead pass back to the line is really great. Tips it back in. Along the boards, puck comes free, but Giroux, in reaching for it, fell down. Canes cleared around the boards. Stankoven gives it away. Back to the line and in. Puck is picked up, and there's a shot. Scores! Shot from a bad angle gets through, and I'll tell you what, that's a surprise goal for Dylan Cousins. I think he was just trying to go cross corner from that angle, ends up going in.
Well, right through Freddie Anderson, maybe off the inside of his stick or right skate, but the game is tied at 2 with 3:20 to go in the second period. What did I say in that first period, Dean, when Ottawa had all kinds of opportunity here? The hockey gods taketh and they giveth away, and they have just given the Senators a couple of smiles here as Dylan Cousins, I think his intention was to get it towards the net here and maybe hope for a rebound because Ridley Gregg was going right to the net, and this one goes right through Frederick Anderson. So Ottawa back into this hockey game here. They have let out a lot of frustration, but they have also persevered, and they have really, really done a nice job of bracing discomfort and have tied this game at a deuce.
See, when you say things, you start your sentence when you start things with, as I told you during the intermission. See, the first thing that popped in my mind is when you said, are you going to eat all those Smarties?
It was during the game.
Oh, okay, yes. Yeah,
the intermission. Oh. And I did ask that question, and you did eat them all. Thank you very much.
Well,
not that I need any
I probably didn't
more
hear you
Smarties.
the first time. Yeah. Off the draw. Canes clear the puck out to center. It trickles back down to the Ottawa end. Chabot, rolling puck. Can do nothing but just slap it back down ice. Back out to center now. Walker feeds it through. Puck deflected into the Ottawa end. Here's Chabot to get it. Chabot taken down by Svechnikov. Centering pass knocked down by Batherson. Keandre Miller chops it back to the corner. Here's Sanderson now. Plays it up the boards and ahead to center. Brady Tkachuk lobs it in. Here's Stützle to chase it. Stützle plays it in the corner. Comes off the board. Sends it back in front. But it slides off the stick of Cousins and back the other way. Here comes Nikolai Ehlers. Ehlers gets in the Ottawa zone. Drops it back. Turning with it now to the point. Slavin with a shot. Knocked down. Loose puck. And is covered by Ullmark. and he'll hold on.
Well, Tim Stützle spinned out of traffic, out of danger, basically, to the right of Freddie Anderson. Did a nice job to protect the puck, and then his errant pass ends up, and it's supposed to go back to the point, I think, Dean, and it ends up right on a Kane stick, and right back down the ice they come. This has not been a game of good luck for Tim Stützle. There's no doubt that the puck has not been his friend at all. It leads to a good scoring chance that gets a shot from Slavin, goes off the hip of Dennis Gilbert, and it's the right blocker of Linus Ullmark.
Off the face-off, puck in the corner, shot from a bad angle, misses to the boards. It goes coming across. Gostisbehere holds it in as the puck is lobbed back to the corner by Taylor Hall. Gostisbehere complaining because a teammate was hit from behind. Like, seriously? Carolina Hurricane players complaining about a hit from behind. Back on the wing, puck is dumped in and tipped to the corner by Zetterlund. Quickly snapped off the boards, back down ice. And
that's washed out too.
Wow. Now they call it because Ullmark reaches over and covers it, and the linesmen now waving their arms. Like, how was that not icing?
I think it may have gone off the glove of Zetterlund, Dean, just at the Carolina blue line. He raised his arms, and it may have changed direction there. Obviously, a little different advantage for the lines people to see what we're seeing.
99 seconds to go in the second period. 2-2 was tied. Stankoven and Aho scored the first two of the game for Carolina. Batherson and Cousins here in period 2 to tie it.
Faceoffs remain even at 50-50. Ottawa wins this one, and they'll get it out.
Off the boards to center, and Nick Cousins dumps it in. Aho loses the puck back of the net. Spin around chance in front. Here's Giroux, has it knocked away from him. Eller, taken down, slashes the puck to the boards. Here's Ridley Gregg, puts it in behind the net. Along the boards, Chabot pinches to try and hold it in, and the puck is sent back down to the Ottawa line. Dylan Cousins was there to clear it. Now Chatfield back in his own end to retrieve the puck. Back to his own net, here's Slavin with it now. Final minute of play in the second. Ahead to center now. Wheelers gets in, drops it, gets it back. Pad save! Oh, what a save! Ullmark, I think he got the glove up and deflected that into the glass. Back to the point. Here's Chatfield. Sends it in front. Puck is redirected. Glove down by Ullmark.
Ridley Gregg is incensed here, Dean. He's having a conversation with one of the referees. And I'm not quite sure if it was Martinuk who took a run at him and caught him in the throat. But Gregg right now discussing what the heck happened. Oh, boy. And the Canes came so close, they just hit a post themselves. But Linus Ullmark with a couple of dazzling saves, including one off Martinuk that I think goes off body part and then the post.
Bring the action.
Anyway, 36.7 ticks left on the second period clock in a 2-2 hockey game.
Off the draw, here's Keandre Miller. Carries it back to the Ottawa net. Out the other side. Sends it back to the point. Here's Stoll with a shot right on. Save is made. Loose puck bounced out of midair and knocked down by Ullmark. Back to the point. Stoll fires it through again. That's knocked down. Cleared to the boards as Sanderson puts it back in behind his own net. Chabot looks at the clock, shovels the puck ahead as Amadio tips it back out to center.
Good place for the puck right now with 8 ticks left.
All kinds of pressure from Carolina late, but Ottawa goes into the locker room. They have come back in this game and tied it at 2 after 40.
Senators third in the NHL in shot suppression during the regular season, averaging just over 24 shots against per game. They've given up 30 here, Dean, in the first 40 minutes of play. But what they have also done is mount a comeback. Down by 2, they have tied things up, and it's a whole new ball game for the third. And you know as well as anybody, Brownie, that this Canes team on home ice will push, and push tremendously. It will be extremely imperative that the Senators stay patient, stick to the game plan here, but stay as patient as possible and let the game come to them, not the Canes.
So at the end of 2 periods of play in Raleigh, North Carolina, the Senators and the Hurricanes tied at 2. In a moment, the second intermission with Graham and CJ, brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. You're listening to the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
It's time to unleash your style at First Choice Haircutters. Get first-rate looks at prices that won't stretch your budget. Whether you want a trendy new look or it's time to freshen up an old favorite, First Choice Haircutters will leave you smiling ear to ear. Great haircuts for men, women, and kids, no appointment required. Head into one of 25 convenient Ottawa area locations to unleash your style today. First Choice Haircutters, style to go.
A devastating car accident can change your life in an instant. The lawyers at Jägendorf Rashid understand your fear, your pain, your loss of financial security. They understand the impact that serious traumatic injuries can have on your ability to work and function. Let Howard Jägendorf and Najma Rashid deal with the insurance companies to get you fair compensation while you focus on your health and recovery. Jägendorf Rashid Injury Lawyers. Focused, experienced, compassionate. Jägendorf.com.
TSN 1200, home of the Sens. Sens Intermission on TSN 1200 is brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Now, here's the play of the period.
Clearing attempt by Sanderson fails. He has no stick. Centering pass across. Ah, what a save. Linus Ullmark has it underneath him as he makes a fantastic spin-around diving save.
Yeah, Linus Ullmark has been all-world in this game, and that was at 2-0. Makes an unbelievable save off Taylor Hall to keep it 2-0, and we'll revisit that in a moment, but it's time now for the second period scoring summary, and it was Logan Stankhoven opening the scoring, 6:31 into the game on a power play from Hall and Blake, 1-0 Canes. They'd take that to the second period, where Sebastian Aho would score even strength, but it was a 2-on-1 rush shorthanded. The penalty would expire just as they're scoring. Jordan Stahl with the other assist, or with the assist, 7:50 made it 2-0 Canes. Then that huge Linus Ullmark save to keep it at 2-0 before this happened.
But coming in, McKeeshan gets to the puck, clears it to the line, not out. Sanderson goes low to the corner. Batherson tries to hit it again. Scores! Batherson throws it up over the shoulder of Anderson, and the Senators bust the shutout bid. Great job by Sanderson keeping the puck in at the blue, gets it down to Batherson. He tries to go back to the high slot. It goes off Slavin and back to him, and he rips it right under the bar at 10:47 to score Ottawa's first goal of the series. Sanderson the assist, 2-1 Canes. And then Dylan Cousins. Finally, the real Freddie Anderson shows up. Cousins from Greg at 16:40 ties it up 2-2. And that's the score after 40 minutes. Thanks to Linus Ullmark, who made another 3 or 4 unbelievable saves in the final minute of the period. Shots on goal was 14-9 Canes in the first and 14-7 Carolina in the second. So they have a 28-16 advantage through 2 periods. Since power play, ice cold 0-for-3. Carolina's 1-for-1 with their opportunity on the man advantage. This game is brought to you in part by your Ottawa area Canadian Tire stores and by UA Local 71, the Plumbers Union. Coming up, the TSN 1200 Senior Bear Barbecue out of town scoreboard. We'll analyze the second period with Chris Stevenson. This is Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest nonprofit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
Go, Sens, go! Get ready for Gabriel Pizza Perks game days. Gabriel's. When the Sens play, you save. Save $5 off a medium large or extra large Ottawa Senators pizza when you order on the Gabriel Pizza app on Senators game days. Download the Gabriel Pizza app and score big savings on Sens pizza on Sens game days. Exclusively on the Gabriel Pizza app. Bigger, better. Gabriel Pizza.
Hockey's not just a game. It's a clash of sticks. It's sprays of ice and crazy saves. It's slap shots and the scrape of blades. It's an endless series of touch-and-go moments that make you feel alive. Through the highs and lows, you march your way down the long road to the playoffs alongside your team, with your jersey on and your heart on your sleeve, because they couldn't do it without you. And when you're there for your team, the NHL store is there for you. Check out the largest selection of official NHL gear at nhlshop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
Spring into clarity with the Audi Q5, a refined, tech-forward, and comfortable driving experience with the space and flexibility to fit your lifestyle, and a premium interior for that true Audi feel. Right now, take advantage of the Audi X Service Loaner program. Lease a 2025 Audi Q5 from just $249 biweekly plus tax, including a $4,400 Audi Spring credit. Find yours at AudiCityOttawa.com. Lease for 48 months at 2.98%. $6,000 down or equivalent trade-in required. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
TSN 1200, home of the NFL. Back to Sens hockey on TSN 1200. Now let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Hubert Barbecue, chicken, ribs, and hockey.
All right, three other series in action tonight, including the Flyers, who are up 1-0 on the Penguins in Pittsburgh, and they're up 2-0 with 11 minutes left in the third period. Hathaway's shorthanded, and the youngster Porter Martone with his second of the series have the Flyers up 2-0. 9:30 start in Dallas, where the Wild visit the Stars. Minnesota leading 1-0. In Game 1 in Edmonton, Oilers and Ducks, 10 o'clock, that one. To the NBA playoffs, where Raptors looks like they're on the way to a 2-0 hole to the Cavaliers. They're down 104-90 with 3:14 left in the fourth quarter. At halftime, Knicks up 61-54 on the Hawks. New York has a 1-0 series lead. And at 10:30, Nuggets and T-Wolves from Denver. The Nuggets up 1-0 in that series. This game is brought to you in part by CAA North and East Ontario and by Terry's Rugs. It's 2-2 heading to the third period in Carolina. CJ, we got to start with one person, and this game is tied because Linus Ullmark has been unbelievable. It's funny, half the season, Sens weren't getting any goaltending. Now to start this series, looks like the only thing they're getting is goaltending.
Yeah.
He has been awesome.
Yeah, I said to you when he made that save on Taylor Hall with about at 9:40, I think it was, of the second. Remember that one. And almost exactly a minute later, Batherson scores their first of the series to get them on the board, and now it feels like Ottawa's actually been the better team for a good portion of this game. Doesn't mean they haven't given up some really, really good chances, but Ullmark's been there to keep them in the game. And the only reason it's 2-2 right now and that they've got a chance going into this third period to tie this series up is Linus Ullmark. I mean, he's been absolutely brilliant, and the saves that he's made, I have no doubt, have been a huge boost to the morale of his team on the bench. So we'll see what they can do in the third period here. But it certainly appears that, you know, what looked to be a rock solid facade that the Canes had in terms of not making mistakes is cracked now. And it starts with, you know, Batherson with the hit on the defense on the forecheck. Aho comes in and you know, there's a guy who's expected to be one of their leaders, makes an awful play, flipping the puck up the middle of the ice. Sanderson keeps it in, gets it down low. Batherson gets a lucky bounce, and they're on the board. And then, you know, as you said, the real Freddie Anderson showed up, just, you know, playing a non-lethal shot into a goal by Dylan Cousins from a bad angle. And now going into the third, it's game on.
So they've been able to crawl back from 2-0 down. You need this win, come home 1-1. But final minute of that second period, they were just too loose. Carolina probably had 5 grade A's in the final minute of that period. Ullmark, unbelievable once again. They need to clean it up, of course, but win the period. But I do like Travis Green has changed all 4 of his forward lines.
Right.
And it looks like since then there's been a spark and some jump kind of on each line.
Yeah, there hadn't been much going on, had there? And, you know, Stützle is struggling terribly. Seems like his confidence took a dent when he missed that wide open net in the first minute of the game. And we'll see if they can if Ullmark can continue this level of play. And like you said, they can get a little bit of a spark out of this line juggling. It's going to be an interesting third period. And I think Ottawa would have taken the offer of win the third period in game 2 and come home 1-1 before this series started. I think Ottawa signs up for that every time.
Yeah, can't disagree with you in terms of just where this game was at, where the series, like, it was trending towards being 3-0 Canes halfway through the second period, and now it's 2-2, despite how you played in that final minute of the period and just survive to escape to the third. Go win the period and come home 1-1.
Win a period now, and you can come home with this series tied to, you know, in that circumstance. I mean, the CTC is going to be rocking on Thursday night no matter what. But it'll be up a few more decibels, and the energy, there'll be a few more watts of energy in that building if it's 1-1.
It's 2-2 right now. Second intermission has been brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Coming up, the third with Dean and Gord. At the end of the second period, the score is 2-2. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
A clean office can say a lot about your business, and it can mean even more to your clients. For a professional cleaning service you can always count on, there's Janny King. There's a reason they're the king of clean. From carpet and upholstery cleaning, floor waxing and grout cleaning, to washing windows and deep cleaning washrooms, Janny King can do as little or as much as you need. And they can set you up with a comprehensive cleaning program to meet all your needs. Janny King, the official cleaning company of the Ottawa Senators and Canadian Tire Centre.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
Summer is calling. Are you ready to answer? At Orleans Boat World, your best days start on the water. Whether it's fishing at sunrise, cruising with family, or chasing the perfect wake, we've got a massive selection of new and pre-owned boats in stock and ready to go. From pontoons to fishing boats and wake boats, all at unbeatable prices. Don't get stuck with an empty dock. Visit us today at 701 Taylor Creek Drive in Orleans. Orleans Boat World. Make this your summer on the water.
Fitness Depot, your exercise equipment superstore.
Ready to build your backyard oasis? Hi, Dave Ross here, owner of Fitness Depot. Our porch and patio division is fully stocked with sectionals, swivel rockers, umbrellas, patio heaters, and so much more. We carry premium CRP products made in Canada from recycled plastic. They're maintenance-free and look incredible. Find us at 499 Industrial Avenue or porchandpatioOttawa.com.
TSN 1200, home of the Red Blacks.
All right, welcome back inside our broadcast booth, everybody. Getting set to take you inside the Lenova Center in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina, where after 40 minutes of play, we've got a new hockey game. The Senators were down 2-0 at the 7:50 mark of the second, but 2 goals from Ottawa. Batherson at 10:47 from Sanderson, and Cousins from Gregg at 16:40 have tied the hockey game. We're tied 2-2 going into period number 3. The shots 28-16 favoring the Canes. Carolina outshot Ottawa 14-9 in the first and 14-7 in the second period, but Ottawa outscored Carolina 2-0 in that period for Drake Batherson, his second career playoff goal, and for Dylan Cousins, that is his second career playoff goal as well. And a big reason why this game is tied 2-2, not just the goal scorers, but the goal stopper. Linus Ullmark has been outstanding in this game. There have been 28 shots directed at his net, and he has stopped 26 of them. And I would think that there might be a dozen grade A quality chances that the Canes have had here. Ottawa has almost abandoned its tight-quartered defensive game here. They cannot afford to cheat on the side of offense in this third period. The Canes, in the third period, in third periods in regular season play, second most goals scored at 105. Now, Ottawa not too far behind, though. Ottawa had 99 third period goals. Ottawa's goal differential at plus 17 was the 5th best in the National Hockey League. So this is going to be a very interesting third period challenge for Ottawa. They're in the perfect spot. This is where they want to be. And as Chris Stevenson just said, he just came into the booth. And
was he the one that came in?
It was Chris, yes, I know. You're not familiar with him.
It looked just like him.
Yeah, I know. It sounded like him, too.
Yeah.
When he said these words, win a period. You have tied this hockey game. And if not for Linus Ullmark in that second period, this game's probably out of reach, despite the 2 goals scored by Ottawa. Ullmark has been that good. That being said, the Senators need to get back to their game, and we saw flashes of it in period 2, not just around the goals, but they had other chances as well. So they need to win a period here and steal this game and come back home tied 1-1. Third period challenge lies ahead here for this Ottawa Senators team. Some stats between the lines, 50-50 is the face-off circle percentage, Dean, for both teams. They've each won 50% of the face-offs as this third gets underway. And with the play-by-play of period 3, here's Dean.
We started this game with an over-under of 5.5 after a 1-goal first period. It remained at 5.5. It is up to 6.5 now as we enter period number 3 with 4 goals on the board. Remember, you can make every moment more on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook. Off the draw. Canes in their own zone, backhanded, back out to center. Madden Palo comes up, tips it ahead, and they throw it back down inside the Canes end. Along the board, Stutzle tries to pick it up. Knocked away from him through center, back down to the Ottawa line. Sanderson in to get it in his own zone, chips it to the open corner. Here's Brady Tkachuk. He layers it back out to center, down to the line. Here's Stutzle, jumps in around Keandre Miller, cuts in, tries to 5-hole Anderson, and he just makes the save.
Well, this is a set play. Brady behind his own goal line, lobs it to neutral ice. Stutzle is already there waiting for it, and it just turns into one-on-one. And Tim gets a bounce that he creates himself. Basically, puck bounces, it hits Miller's stick and bounces back into the air. Stutzle pounces on it and drops it to himself. He's in full flight, and yeah, he tried to sting this one between the pads of Freddie Anderson. He's denied, and it's still 2-2.
Off the draw, shot goes high from Shabbat. Puck is cleared out. Ridley Gregg heads back to the Ottawa bench as he's lost a glove. Canes tip it down inside the Ottawa end. Allmark out of the net. Swings it around to Shabbat. Here's Shabbat. Ahead to center. Pass to Giroux. He turns and fires it down ice. Icing waved off, and again, a very late call that Nick Cousins is angry about. Those are the ones where you can get hurt, where the defenseman's leaning on you, and you're getting pretty close to the boards there. That's a very late call.
Yeah, I'll tell you, though, Dean, all unnecessary if a pass connects from Thomas Chabot to Claude Giroux, and it's in his skates a little bit, and Claude has to contort and can't control the puck the way he wants to in full flight, and this is half the battle here for Ottawa. They've been creating issues themselves. Now a face-off, 50-50 draw here to the left of Linus Ullmark.
Did you say Pop-Tart? Oh, no, contort. Oh. Long shot from the point, knocked down. And out here's Giroux with it. Bounces the puck ahead to center. Played along the boards and in. Cousins goes in to chase it. Here's Dylan Cousins. Puts it back to the net. Ottawa changing now as Walker tries to get out of his own zone. Steers it out to center, and Blake dumps it down inside the Ottawa end. Madden Paolo to the corner for Sanderson. Gives it away, and the puck trickles back out to center. Pinto down to the Canes line and in. Lays it to the corner, and Madden Paolo in from the point. Goes in behind the net to try and get it. Now out of the corner. A chance for Fogle. Gets pinned. Amadio sends it back the other way to the point. Sanderson back in behind the net. Madden Paolo down the boards. Puck comes to the side of the net, glove down by Anderson, and he will hold on for a face-off.
Dangerous pinch by Nicholas Matten-Paolo. Obviously felt very comfortable about it, and Taylor Hall, a weak backhand, put the puck right on Matten-Paolo's stick, and boy, if it got by him, I'm not sure where the Canes would have gone with that, but it was a good break for Matten-Paolo and the Senators, and Matten-Paolo's weak backhand is snapped up by the trapper hand of Freddie Anderson to create an offensive zone face-off for the Senators. Both teams making changes.
I was just informed, Gord, that there are over 30 different flavors of Pop-Tarts.
No way.
30?
Really?
I don't think I've had a Pop-Tart in 25 years, and they've clearly made up more flavors now that I've...
Yeah, the blueberry with the frosting on top was probably my go-to, Dean, and I believe I had one of them.
I think my mom always used to get the strawberry one.
Strawberry
yes.
one. Yeah, absolutely.
But 30. Huh. Wow.
I'm more curious to find out what whack job sent you that information.
Well, I kind of lied.
Did it yourself?
I Googled that myself.
Yeah, I know you did.
Well, so I sent it to myself.
Yeah, one whack job to another.
Here's Ehlers, tries to center the puck. Back to the point it comes. Slavin throws it back along the boards. It's picked up. And Ottawa can't get out as Martin holds the puck in. Here's Stoll now in behind the Ottawa net. Tries to swing it back in front. Bouncing puck to the corner. Martin Nuke has it knocked away from him. And Ottawa clears it out.
Ossie Thompson Dean cannot carry the puck out of the zone here to make it play offensively.
Head to center. As Cousins tries to do the same thing, his pass is knocked down.
Caught flat-footed here and standing there to try and make a play when your feet aren't moving. You know whose are going to be, and that's Carolina's.
Puck is cleared all the way down ice. Anderson just throws it back down to the Ottawa line himself. Here's Carrier in the zone. Carrier tries to get it around Matten-Paolo and can't. Back to the net. Here's Carrier still with it. Centers the puck. Gets back to the point. Here's Gostisbehere. Turns and swings it back to the net. Jankowski with it now. Back in front. There's a one-timer by Carrier. Easily stopped by Linus Ullmark. Back to the point. High riser just deflects wide. Back to the point again. Here's Gostisbehere. Doubles it along the boards, and again the Canes hold it in. Matten-Paolo taken down back of the net by Carrier.
He looks like he's in a little discomfort back there too, Dean. Well, up and okay now.
There's Matten-Paolo with it, back to his own net. Deals it off. And the Senators swing it back up ice as Stützle falls. Gets back up, still has it. In the zone, Stützle takes it in. Hits the side of the net.
Upper side, short side, Freddie Anderson's lost his stick. Now has it back.
Puck lobbed out to center. Here's Svechnikov in the Ottawa zone. Breaks on, falls. Loses the puck. Ice here in the third, Gord. Especially slippery.
Here we go.
To the line, Brady Tkachuk. Swings it to the net. Save is made as Anderson knocks that one down. Chance to clear it. Stützle holds it in. Back along the boards. Batherson tries to throw it to the net. That's knocked away.
Stutzel between Brady Tkachuk and Batherson again to start this third period. We saw a little bit of it in the second.
To the line. Off the boards. Puck comes free, and puck is knocked down on the offside. And the face-off will come outside the zone. Returning to our Pop-Tart story, Gord. Turns out that you and I inadvertently...
You got more information on Pop-Tarts.
I do.
Let's make it legit here now.
Well, I had more before. 30 different flavors. The best-selling flavors, we mentioned 2 of them.
Blueberry?
Blueberry, strawberry, and brown sugar cinnamon are the 3 best-selling of the flavors. I don't think I ever had that brown sugar cinnamon. I think they probably made it up in the 25 years since I've had a Pop-Tart.
Brown sugar cinnamon.
Yeah. You ever heard of that?
Not much sugar content there. Yikes. Well, Tim Stutzel may have had a Pop-Tart or 2 during the intermission. He's got some legs underneath him now, Dean. He's twice entered the zone with the puck and twice had some speed going to the net.
Off the face-off. Canes dump it down inside the zone. Back to the point. There's a long drifting shot by Alexander Nikishin. Gloved down and held on to by Linus Ullmark. This game brought to you in part by Pure Water Total Home Leisure.
3-2 shots favoring the Senators with 15:18 to go in this third period. So a little bit of offensive push by Ottawa. The Canes are an extremely patient team. I don't think there's any doubt that they're going to approach this period methodically and hope to cash in on some chances that maybe are created by the Senators.
Ottawa breaks it out to center. Audio to the line, slides it across for Pinto. He tips it back at the Canes' goal. Around the boards it goes. Fogle in there to steal it. Back to the point. Sanderson with a shot and a blocker save by Anderson. Fogle now up on that line with Pinto and Amadio as the Canes ice the puck.
That turnover created by a back check by Fogle that the Canes turned the puck over in their own end, and it ends up on the stick of Jake Sanderson. A quick sift over into the left side of the ice, and Sanderson tries to test the blocker side of Frederik Anderson. And Freddie drops the shoulder and makes another save. Oh, he just did another one there on Shabbat's point shot.
Sneaky little snapper from Shabbat. I don't think Anderson thought he was shooting and ended up making a nice blocker save, but a little bit more of that. Okay. Shabbat to center. I've requested it, Gord. We'll keep track of whether it actually happens.
64.5 mile an hour sifter from the guy with the broken hand.
Tipped in front, goes over the net. Closure redirected a puck right beside the net. It popped over Anderson and went over the back of the net.
Hit the top of it, Dean, and then over it. Wow, that came close too. As the Canes now under a little pressure send the puck the length of the ice, and we'll get an icing call against Ottawa. Okay. Okay.
It's the Pop-Tart talk.
Senators now at 59% at the dot. And yeah, just a simple little redirection. Pops over the glove. Yeah.
Off the drop, Canes with a chance to work it out of the zone. And they do. DeAndre Miller gets it to Nikolai Ehlers. Ehlers to the line and in. Gets a shot away that ramps off the stick of Sanderson and up into the protective mesh.
Well, Jake Sanderson right now in the early stages of this third period is at 20 minutes and 47 seconds. The nice thing about this game here on this Monday night is it's 3 nights away from the next game, Thursday night. So a couple of days of rest for both of these teams. The hit count, I know we're keeping track of that. Ottawa with 32. The Canes with 19. Face-off to the left of Linus Ullmark and a key defensive zone face-off for Lars Eller up against Jankowski. Fourth line against fourth line.
That Thursday game back in Ottawa. 5:30 pregame show start for us. 7:30 the face-off. Ottawa can't get through the neutral zone as the puck is knocked down and dumped back in the Ottawa end. Here's Sanderson back of his own net again to begin the breakout. Off the boards and out to center. Is knocked down by DeAndre Miller, and he dumps it back in. Now back up ice. Here's Sanderson, just skates it to center. Skates it to the line and in, dishes it off. Here's Fogle, shovels it back of the net. In behind the goal, Amadio. Draws it back along the boards. Here's Fogle with it now. Tries to work it to the corner. Round the board. Spence in from the point to keep it alive. Rattles it around the boards back to the other side. Robinson trying to get it out. Gets hung up there. And finally the puck does come back out as Shabbat tried to hold the line. Both teams finishing up their changes. 7 minutes gone in the third, and we are tied at 2. Out to center now. Here's Stützle. Back in his own zone. Turns back in behind his own net. Svechnikov eyeing him down. Feeds it out to center. Tipped by Brady Tkachuk, but not into the zone. And here's Svechnikov at the Ottawa line. Gets in. Tries to go through the middle of the ice. That's knocked down by Spence. Back along the boards. Tkachuk rubs out Svechnikov, and the loose puck lobbed up in the air. Back down to the line for Batherson to chase. Trying to get in around Chatfield. Chatfield sends it ahead, and Gilbert comes up, and I couldn't see who it was, but he drilled somebody right in front of the bench.
He's a member of the Canes, Dean.
What? I thought it was a different jersey. I just thought it was the away jersey.
Here, we're getting a little more physical here now.
Martinuk with a big hit on Cousins, and Matt and Powell puts the wood to him. Back to center. Gilbert dumps the puck in. Along the boards, here's Slavin with it now. Fires it back to the line, and out to center. Puck is knocked down and tipped back inside the zone. Cleared off the boards, back out to center. Now here's Ehlers down to the Ottawa line and in. Drops it off. Here's Miller with it. DeAndre Miller swings it in front. Trying to time the break with Blake. Puck along the boards. Canes come away with it. Centering pass, knocked down, and out to center. Here's Amadio. Grabbed as he tries to skate to the puck.
Ottawa winning more battles here, though, Dean. Loose pucks along the boards. Good sign if you're a Senators fan.
Canes dumps it in. Ottawa clears it back out again to center. Here comes Shabbat to the line. Shabbat has Amadio with him. Drags, still has it. Drops it back. Vogel with a shot. And the rebound spills to the corner. Gostisbehere banks it off the boards all the way back down ice. That will be an icing call and a face-off. Back down inside the Canes end. Almost 9 minutes to go. Gone, rather, in period number 3.
Well, they've taken a shot away from the Carolina Hurricanes, so they have so far, Dean, just 1 shot on goal. The Ottawa Senators have 6 in this period. 29-22 are the shots, and obviously Ottawa building some momentum. They're trailing this game 2-0, scoring twice to make it a 2-2 game going into this third.
Shot from the point by Sanderson, misses on the other side. Spence there to hold it in. Takes a weird bounce in the corner where the Zamboni is. Clearing attempt fails. Stützle knocks it down. Slides it back to the point. Spence sends it in. And there's a shot by Stützle that goes over the net and into the mesh. He can't believe it.
He cannot buy a goal or a break here tonight.
Tied at 2 in the third. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Ready for thrilling shutouts and exciting power plays? Save all hockey season with a CAA hat trick. Members save big on select Ottawa Senators home games. Get $13 off Lot 4 parking at Canadian Tire Center with online ticket purchase, and save when you fuel up pregame at Swiss Chalet, Harvey's, Eastside Mario's, or Beer Market. Memberships start at $30. Join today and save 10% on new memberships. Visit CAAeveryday.ca. Conditions apply.
Goodbyes are never easy, but when you're saying goodbye to winter, things change. It's time to kick off those winter tires and get ready for the open roads. Call your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer to book a seasonal tire changeover, included free with our Peace of Mind maintenance service. And if your tires could use an upgrade, enjoy our tire price match guarantee or our buy 3 tires and get the 4th free offer. Offers are exclusive and can't be combined. We built it. We know it.
You need your ride at the top of its game. Capital Upfitters can help with a full line of services and products to protect your truck. From rust-proofing and spray-on bed liners to Nerf bars, back racks, tonneau covers, and more. At Capital Upfitters, our professional installation team can install complete van upfits, partitions, shelving, lights, and custom packages. Give your vehicle a serious upgrade at Capital Upfitters in the East End on Hawthorne, the West End on Westcar, and in Petawawa. CapitalUpfitters.ca.
TSN 1200, home of the Ottawa 67s.
the accessories you're going to need for your truck at Capital Upfitters. Spray on bed liners, tonneau covers, tinting, storage systems, and more. Capital Upfitters, Ottawa East, West, and Petawawa.
Well, it's a small sample. I won't say it's a small sample size. 9 minutes and 15 seconds of this third period. The Senators have been the better of the two teams in this 2-2 hockey game. And a difference maker, and there's still time, Tim Stützle, Dean. He just had a glorious opportunity and fired one high and wide.
Puck cleared along the boards, not out. Ottawa holds the puck in. Here's Ridley Gregg in the corner. Slaps it back to the corner. Here's Giroux in to try and steal it. Puck comes free. Dylan Cousins now has it poked away from him. Now Nikolai Ehlers with a steal, and he'll skate it back to center. Ehlers to the Ottawa line and in. Drops it off. And there's a shot that misses from the boards as Stahl tried to get something to the net. Back in behind the net. Here's Martinic with it. Martinic lays it back to the point. Shot through traffic is knocked down. Ottawa breaks it back up ice. Lead pass ahead. Here's Giroux in the zone. Tried to drop it back. There's a shot by Cousins. That gets blocked before it gets to the net.
Keandre Miller, Dean, laying out and blocking that shot. That was a broken play that nearly ended up with a great scoring chance for Dylan Cousins. Miller is exhausted, waiting for his team to get set for this breakout.
Back out to center now come the Canes. To the line and in. Here's Blake, goes to the backhand. His shot knocked down. Blake gets it back off the back of the net, feeds the point. Gets it back from Chatfield. His pass knocked down. Here's Fogle out to center. Breaks on right in front of his own bench. Loses the puck, but Ottawa maintains control. Here's up the center, head by Matt and Pallett. Here's Fogle with it now. Again, drops it back into his own end to get some control on the breakout. Chabot from back of his own net will start this thing. Lead pass ahead to center. Here comes Stützle to the line and in. Takes it to the boards. Chatfield puts him into the boards. Back of the net. Stützle comes in, steals the puck, centers it. Batherson drops it back. And unable to get a shot away was a pinching Sanderson.
Just jumped on him at the last second. Swing and a miss.
Here's Stützle, fires it in, and a blocker save from Anderson. Loose puck knocked down and held inside the zone briefly. Now out to center. Fed along the boards. Delayed offside call against Aho. Ottawa counters back. Batherson to the line. Tries to sweep it along the boards, but gives it away. And back out to center it comes. Here's Gilbert. Runs it around the boards. All the way back out to center. Stützle lays it across ice. Chabot to the line and in. Gets a shot away. That hits a leg. And back come the Canes with it. Here's Robinson down the wing. Gets the puck in. But no shot for Carrier as he mishandled the puck. Back the other way. Ottawa to the line and in. As Cousins gets the puck deep to the corner. Puck cleared off the boards and back down ice by Walker. And here's Robinson to beat the icing call. Sneaky little backhander and a save by Linus Ullmark. Here's Zetterlund now. Drops it back to Spence. Spence goes D to D. And now long lead pass at center. Picked up by Nick Cousins.
Far less of a heavy forecheck from Carolina right now, Dean. The game has started to change for them, shifting more towards playing from the heels and not the toes.
There's a quick shot that misses high from Ridley Gregg. Walked in after a great play by Claude Giroux to beat the icing call and get possession. Ehlers to the line, cuts in. Taken down at the line by Ridley Gregg. Back out to center. Here comes Gregg down the right side. Gets into the zone. Breaks on. Sends it in front. Puck is tipped in front. Here's Giroux reaching for it again. Ehlers counters back. Martinic lobs it to the wing for him, but he can't get there before Gilbert knocks it away. 7 minutes to go in the third period. Tied at 2. And the tempo she has picked up.
Ice has tilted as well.
Here's Stützle in the corner to try and retrieve a dump in. Puck is kicked free, though, by Chatfield. And now here's Taylor Hull trying to get out as Brady Tkachuk tries to hem him in and does slow him down. Centering pass to the side of the Ottawa goal. They can't connect. Back to the point. There's a shot. That's kicked out. And Tkachuk takes the rebound, skates it back to center, lays it along the boards for Stützle, who dumps it back down inside the Canes' end.
Long shift for that duo.
Zone. And Powell up the boards. Gives it away. Here's Aho. Aho trying to make something with it. Back to the point. Keandre Miller fires it through. That's blocked on the way to the net by Pinto. Canes dump it back in, but have to clear. This game brought to you in part by Bean Chevrolet Buick GMC in Carleton Place and by Gabriel Pizza. Head to the line. Fogle dumps it down inside the zone. Up the wing, Aho goes through the middle of the ice. Here's Svechnikov in the Ottawa zone. Cuts to the forehand, loses the puck, cleared off the glass, but not out by Ridley Gregg. Svechnikov puts it back to the net as Shabbat took a stick in the face, but the ref says no, it's on a follow through, so stop your whining. He passed down to the line. Here's Ridley Gregg down inside the zone. Dylan Cousins runs it around the boards on the other side. Puck is held in by Lassie Thompson. Back along the boards again. Knocked down by Lassie Thompson. Look out. Now it's cleared away from him, and the Canes break it back up ice. Here's Carrier to the line. Can't get a shot, so he puts it back to the net. In behind the goal. Puck is sent back to the point. Now again in behind the net. Here's Robinson. Robinson comes out, tries to slide it across Jankowski. Back to the point. Chatfield with a shot. Doesn't get through. Puck is picked up, and Giroux lays the puck ahead for Cousins to chase. And here's Jalen Chatfield back in his own end with it.
Great opportunity. Smart play by Claude Giroux, Dean. Dylan Cousins couldn't chase it down, but it facilitates a change as the Canes regroup in their own end. Under 5 to go.
Stahl to the line, sends it in. Puck trickles to the crease. Olmark covers up and holds on. Tied at 2 in the third. This is the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Spring cleaning starts now at Terry's Rugs. Serving Ottawa and Gatineau. Save 15% on expert hand washing and repairs for your Persian and Oriental rugs. At Terry's Rugs, they treat every rug with care, restoring its beauty and extending its life. But hurry, only 100 rugs accepted. First come, first serve. Offer ends April 30th or when they're full. Call today or visit Terry's Rugs. Ottawa's Consumer Choice Award winner and 4.9 stars on Google. Terry's Rugs. Clean, fresh, like new again. Slack Road, Nepean, and at terrysrugs.com.
Looking for the best place to watch the hockey game? Check out the St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar. Whether you're with a group of friends or out with your coworkers, come in, cheer for your favorite team, and enjoy St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar's many game night specials. Best hockey nights are at your local St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar with 2 East End locations, 1754 Saint Laurent Boulevard and 2484 Saint Joseph Boulevard in Orleans. Full menu online at sthubert.com.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I have super-powered debt consolidation and human-powered rhymes. I met a homeowner. His name was Brent. He had a few bills, but don't you fret. Home equity loans is my skill set. Consolidating bills, that's what you get.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Just for license 12616.
Hey, Journeyman Plumbers, UA Local 71, they're now hiring. Earn top pay, full benefits, and union representation. Visit UALocal71.com and start building your future today.
Well, with 4:33 to go in period number 3 of a game that is tied at 2, everything on the line here now. And you can ill afford to take a gamble that is going to end up going the other way. You can ill afford to have a turnover at the wrong end of the ice or somewhere where it's going to create a situation going the other way. We have seen an awful lot in our video replays up here in the broadcast booth, Dean, of the frustration from number 18, Tim Stützle. Game 3 in Ottawa Thursday night.
Face off in the Ottawa zone. Giroux wins it, but a steal by Carolina. Here's Taylor Hall. Back to the point. Shot through traffic, deflects. Back out front, centering pass. Knocked back to the corner. Van Palo tries to knock it up the boards. Finally, Giroux gets a hold of it. Gives it to Sanderson, and he skates to the center. Shovels it in for Amadio to chase. Amadio in the corner. Trying to hold on to it till help arrives. It does, but Batherson overskates the puck, and it's back out to center. Blake down the wing gets inside the zone, dumps it to the corner. Here's Shabbat to pick it up. Plays it off the boards, but not out. Here's a steal. by Stützle. Takes it away from Blake. Counters back. 3-on-2. Stützle to the line. Cuts in. Drops. Sends it across the one-timer right on. And the save is made by Anderson. After that one-timer from Batherson.
Good shot. High riser with some velocity on it here. 86 miles an hour. Just made by Anderson.
Spence back of his own net. Plays it to the corner. Stützle over to get it. Draws it back along the boards as he works to get away from Seth Jarvis. Long lead pass, tipped down inside the Kane zone. Now back the other way. Here's Ehlers to the line. Sends it in. Stahl with a shot. That goes off the blocker of Ullmark up the boards. Ridley Gregg gets control of it. Doubles it back of his own net. And Palo up the boards. Stahl gives him a jolt after delivering the puck. Up in the corner. Finally, Ottawa takes it out. Here's Dylan Cousins. Scrapes it up the wing and out to center. At center, Ridley Gregg pops it down inside the Canes end and heads off. Don't forget the TSN 1200 Jim K. Ford Lincoln Senators post-game show right after we're done. Graham Creech and Chris Stevenson will be answering all the questions tonight. It's okay, I got another one. Up the boards and out to center. Lead pass is tipped down into the zone. Here's Fogle to get it. Runs it around the boards inside the Canes end. Pinto can't hold it in, but Spence does. Now Fogle to the other side, drops it back. There's a one-timer that misses from Shabbat. Ottawa keeps the pressure on. Here's Amadio. Sanders it back in front, and that just misses.
Right through the crease.
Canes back to the line, dump it in. Back of his own net now. Puck is reversed on the play by Pinto.
These reverse plays have worked and avoided the full brunt of a hard forecheck by the Canes. Now, that being said, that hard full forecheck has disappeared this period from Carolina.
Out to center. Puck is deflected all the way down ice. Out of the net. Anderson goes to clear it and nearly gave it away. Canes break it back out. Odd man rush to the Ottawa line. Back inside the zone. There's a chance for Aho. Goes back to the net, loses the puck, and Powell gets tied up, but Sanderson there to clear it ahead, back down ice. Final minute of play in period number 3.
Freddie Anderson's going to get called for icing here, Dean. He just stung one the length of the ice while the Canes were changing. Bad read by the Carolina goaltender, and having a discussion right now with one of his defensemen. Faceoff will be in the offensive zone here for Ottawa, with 61 seconds left on the clock. Holy smokes, Ottawa has won 62% of the faceoffs, an extra 12% here in this period alone.
12-1 faceoff win ratio for Ottawa in this third.
Wow. To the left of Freddie Anderson, Claude Giroux settles in at the dot.
Off the face-off, Giroux wins it. Cousins puts it back to the net. Here's Ridley Gregg to get it. Ridley Gregg in the corner. Back of the net for Cousins. Bounces off his stick. Swings it back in front. Back to the point. Spence keeps it alive. Puts it back to the net. Giroux tries to redirect it out front. He gets tackled on the play by Chatfield. And the Canes to center. Ehlers to the line. Drops it back. Here's Aho. Swings it in. That one knocked down by Linus Ullmark. It's lobbed back down to the Canes end. 30 seconds remaining in regulation time. Ehlers back to the Ottawa line. Cuts. Goes to the backhand. Sends it in front. It's knocked down. Ehlers back over. Sends it in front. Oh, what a save by Ullmark.
My heavens. Holy smokes, Dean. Jammed up the left arm. Holy jumping. Did he ever make a save there? How did he do it? Oh, that's a game saver here. That came with, 15 seconds? 18 seconds left on the clock. And it's Jordan Stahl getting the point-blank opportunity. Kind of fanned on it. Linus, though, reacted beautifully. He saw this. He tracked it perfectly. Nikolai Ehlers with a deft little pass from behind the net, and Linus Ullmark to the rescue.
Face off in the Ottawa zone. Ottawa wins it. Here's Batherson to center. 5 seconds to go. Sends it across. Gets it back. He's tripped on the way. And that'll do it. No penalty call. Horn goes. And It's tied at 2 at the end of regulation. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Are you raising a child or youth as their grandparent, aunt, uncle, sibling, or even as a close friend or community member? Discover Interwoven Connections peer-to-peer support network for access to free, confidential support, advocacy, and in-person events across Ontario. Connect with others who share your caregiving experiences and find the tools and resources that make a difference. Get the support you deserve at joinp2p.ca.
Spring into something new with the all-new Audi Q3. Now standard with legendary Quattro all-wheel drive on 2026 models. Enjoy the space, versatility, and refined interior that make every detail feel distinctly Audi. Lease the Audi Q3 from just $299 bi-weekly, plus tax for 48 months, including a $500 Audi Spring credit. Visit AudiCityOttawa.com to find yours today. Lease for 48 months at 5.98%. $5,500 down or equivalent trade-in required. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The Prestons are a hockey family. Growing kids need food, and food needs a proper kitchen. I was sent by Alpine Credits to help with a home renovation loan. I introduced these young athletes to my superhero strength protein diet. Just consult your doctor before eating 300 eggs a day. Plenty of room in that new kitchen, though.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. District license 12616.
You're listening to TSN 1200.
Sens and Canes tied at 2 after 3 periods of play. A full intermission. It is the playoffs, so no 3-on-3, obviously, and no shootout. So a full intermission. Then it'll be a basically sudden death overtime period. Your thoughts on that third?
Well, the third period was Ottawa's best period. They weren't able to score, but it was by far their best period of the 6 that we have seen them play so far in this series, Dean. They managed to get things tied in the second period, and the object of the third was to win the period. I thought they played from their toes from start to finish. The Canes forecheck disappeared. They got a little bit back on their heels. Ottawa had some opportunities, and I think the most important player, Tim Stützle, started to find his legs a little bit more. Was he a frustrated player, and has he been all 60 minutes? Absolutely. He's had some chances and not been able to score. Maybe he's saving his best for last.
Our friends at FanDuel want to know, who do you think is going to score the overtime game winner? Make every moment more on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, it's pretty, and if you look at the top 6, it's pretty heavily laden Carolina. The odds makers think it's going to be their goal. Svechnikov is plus 600, Stützle plus 650, Jarvis plus 800, Brady Tkachuk plus 850, Aho plus 900, and Nikolai Ehlers plus 1,000. At the end of 3 periods of play, tied 2-2, the Canes and the Senators. In a moment, our third intermission with Graham and CJ, brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. You're listening to the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
A catastrophic injury will dramatically change your life. At Jagendorf Rashid Injury Lawyers, they understand the long-term implications of your injuries on your ability to work, on your need for care, and on your family. Howard Jagendorf and Najma Rashid will fight for your rights and get you fair compensation from the insurance companies while you focus on your health and recovery. Jagendorf Rashid Injury Lawyers. Focused, experienced, compassionate. Jagendorf.com.
Save on tires guaranteed with Myers 30-day price match. As the largest volume dealer group in Eastern Ontario, Myers sells Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, Chev, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Infiniti, and Subaru. So when you think tires, think Myers. With locations in Orleans, Nepean, Bells Corners, Canada, Barhaven, Manotick, Kempville, and Kingston, you're just minutes away from Myers 30-day price match guarantee.
Myers.ca.
Gabriel's. Upgrade your game nights with the new Senator's Sweet Heat Pizza from Gabriel Pizza. Loaded with a layer of pepperoni under the cheese. Stacked high with cup and crisp pepperoni on top. Kicked up with pickled jalapenos and finished with a drizzle of Mike's Hot Honey. It's the sweet and spicy taste of victory. Order tonight at GabrielPizza.com, on the Gabe's app, or call 613-656-7777. Gabriel Pizza, the official pizza of your Ottawa Senators.
There are many great things in the Great White North. Great lakes, great outdoors, great big mountains. And now, there's one more. Great Canadian oil change. New name, same great service.
Spring has sprung. Keep your vehicle in great shape with annual maintenance from GCOC. No appointment necessary. For seasonal tire changeovers and more, go to gcoc.ca.
Great Canadian oil change. Locally owned and operated. A proud sponsor of the Ontario Hockey League.
This is TSN 1200 Ottawa. Sens Intermission on TSN 1200 is brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Now, here's the play of the period.
30 seconds remaining in regulation time. Ehlers back to the Ottawa line. Cuts, goes to the backhand, sends it in front. It's knocked down. Ehlers back over, that sends it in front. Oh, what a save by Ullmark.
My heavens.
My heavens is right. Oh, my God. 13 seconds left, and Ullmark with an unbelievable save to send this game to overtime. Whew. This game's brought to you in part by Audi Ottawa, Audi City Ottawa, and Audi West Ottawa. Time now for the third period scoring summary. Things got started 6:31 in. Logan Stankoven on the power play from Hall and Blake. 1-0 Canes. Aho from Stahl at 7:50 of the second gave the Canes a 2-0 lead. Patterson would score Ottawa's first goal of the series from Sanderson at 10:47 to make it 2-1. And then Dylan Cousins from Greg at 16:40 of the second tied it up 2-2. No scoring in the third period. Shots on goal are 33-25 Canes after 3 periods of play. Sens are 0 for 3 on the power play. Canes are 1 for 1 with their opportunity on the man advantage. We would like to welcome everyone listening along the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network, including Lanark and Leeds 88.1 YFM, Sirius XM NHL Radio, TSN 1200.ca, and Sens fans around the world streaming through the iHeartRadio app, and everyone listening on our flagship station on Ottawa Sports Radio TSN 1200. Coming up, the TSN 1200 St. Hubert Barbecue out of town scoreboard, and we'll analyze the third period with Chris Stevenson. This is Sens Hockey and the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I just helped Tom with a business loan. He needed to soup up his mechanic shop. Not to brag, but I once modified a car to match my ultra speed. It went so fast, it broke the speed of sound. At least no one was inside. I hope no one was inside. I guess I'll just stick to approving business loans.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Waking up to morning sun is amazing, but only if you can see it. If your dirty windows are blocking out the sun, let Janny King give you a hand. Whether commercial, condo, or retail, inside or out, Janny King will have your windows sparkling in no time. In fact, they can have your entire facility shining and set you up with a customized maintenance cleaning plan. Don't miss a minute of the sunshine. For a professional cleaning service you can always count on, call Janny King, the King of Clean, and the official cleaning company of the Ottawa Senators and Canadian Tire Center.
Looking for the best place to watch the hockey game? Check out the St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar. Whether you're with a group of friends or out with your coworkers, come in, cheer for your favorite team, and enjoy St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar's many game night specials. Best hockey nights are at your local St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar with 2 East End locations, 1754 Saint Laurent Boulevard and 2484 Saint Joseph Boulevard in Orleans. Full menu online at sthubert.com.
Hockey's not just a game. It's a clash of sticks. It's sprays of ice and crazy saves. It's slap shots and the scrape of blades. It's an endless series of touch-and-go moments that make you feel alive. Through the highs and lows, you march your way down the long road to the playoffs alongside your team, with your jersey on and your heart on your sleeve, because they couldn't do it without you. And when you're there for your team, the NHL store is there for you. Check out the largest selection of official NHL gear at nhlshop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
TSN 1200, the Sens play here. Back to Sens hockey on TSN 1200. Now let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Hubert Barbecue, chicken, ribs, and hockey.
All right, we'll keep it just NHL because overtime intermission's shorter than regulation. Flyers take a 2-0 series lead on the Penguins with a 3-0 win. Another goal for Porter Martone. The Wild and Stars 1-1, 6:35 left in the first period. And they are about ready to get underway from Edmonton between the Oilers and Ducks, game 1 of that series. Sens and Canes 2-2, heading to overtime. Chris Stevenson and Linus Ullmark show. And the Sens came to play. That was an unbelievable third period by both teams. But Linus Ullmark, kind of the story of the game, like for the first 2 periods, and then 13 seconds left, sends the game to overtime.
Yeah, and you would like to see his teammates now win one for him, because he's the only reason why we're sitting here waiting for the first overtime period to start. Got to give a stick tap to the coach, Travis Green, shook up the lines, and that seemed to energize the forward group, gave them a little bit more, jump, and they carried the play for much of that third period. Doesn't it seem like they'll carry the play for a while and they had their chances, but when they give up a chance, it's a doozy. And that's been kind of the story of the second half of the game, that they've been spending some time in the Carolina zone, which they weren't doing for the first, 4 periods of this series anyway. 4.5 periods. And now they've managed to create a little bit of momentum for themselves. They've, I feel like, cast a little bit of doubt on Freddie Anderson after giving up that goal to Cousins. And it's starting to feel like it's anybody's game at this point.
All right, overtime hero.
Batherson.
Nick Mattenpowell.
I like it.
Third intermission has been brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Coming up, the overtime with Dean and Gord. At the end of the third, the score is 2-2 between the Sens and Canes. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Summer is calling. Are you ready to answer? At Orleans Boat World, your best days start on the water. Whether it's fishing at sunrise, cruising with family, or chasing the perfect wake, we've got a massive selection of new and pre-owned boats in stock and ready to go. From pontoons to fishing boats and wake boats, all at unbeatable prices. Don't get stuck with an empty dock. Visit us today at 701 Taylor Creek Drive in Orleans. Orleans Boat World. Make this your summer on the water.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I am Natalie Faubert, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Ottawa. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Spring cleaning starts now at Terry's Rugs. Serving Ottawa and Gatineau. Save 15% on expert hand washing and repairs for your Persian and Oriental rugs. At Terry's Rugs, they treat every rug with care, restoring its beauty and extending its life. But hurry, only 100 rugs accepted. First come, first serve. Offer ends April 30th or when they're full. Call today or visit Terry's Rugs. Ottawa's Consumer Choice Award winner and 4.9 stars on Google. Terry's Rugs. Clean, fresh, like new again. Slack Road, Nepean, and at terrysrugs.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to find some great deals at Play It Again Sports. New and used gear from all the big brand names for baseball, softball, golf, soccer, football, and more. Plus some steals on 2025 hockey and ringette gear as they make room for new 2026 product arriving soon. Trade in your quality used cleats, clubs, gloves, and bats to save even more on our already great prices. Locally owned Play It Again Sports, Orleans, Barhaven, and Canada. Shop local, save big.
TSN 1200, home of the Sens.
All right, welcome back inside our broadcast booth, everybody. We are getting set for period number 4 of this second game of the Eastern Conference quarterfinal series between the Senators and Carolina Hurricanes. Yes, you heard that correctly. Overtime, the order of the night, with the Senators and Canes tied at 2. Quick scoring recap. Stankoven scored his second of the series at 6:31 of the first on a power play. Hall and Blake assisted. 1-0 Canes would lead. They would make it 2-0 at the 7:50 mark of period 2. Aho with his first of the series. Jordan Stahl assisting on that. It came at 7:50. Canes would lead 2-0. Short-lived, however, because 3 minutes later, Drake Batherson made it a 2-1 game with his first of the series from Jake Sanderson. And then at 16:40, Dylan Cousins got his first of the postseason from Ridley Gregg. That tied the hockey game at 2. The Senators did a terrific job in the third period of really taking the play to the Carolina Hurricanes. But Neither team could score. And I'll tell you, Linus Ullmark was full value in that period. He faced just 5 shots, but I'm going to guess that maybe 3, including one with about 15 seconds left in the period, was a 10-bell save. Ottawa outshot the Canes 8-5 in the second period. They had the decided edge in play for sure. As we begin period number 3 at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Well, unlike the regular season when it's 3-on-3 and then a shootout, that is sudden victory because obviously one team gets a point, so you didn't die. In this case, in the playoffs, it is sudden death. If you get scored on, you lose, you die. Puck trickles inside the Ottawa zone off the faceoff. Ullmark sends it to the corner. Here's Martinuk along the board. Shot from the wall, knocked down. The stall waiting for the rebound. Puck is cleared and gloved into the Carolina bench by Keandre Miller. So the faceoff will be coming outside the Ottawa line.
Okay, a little bit of a break for Ottawa here outside the line. They won the faceoff at center ice. Miscommunication between defenseman and goaltender. Linus Ullmark had the puck come back to him, and he elected to go push the puck to his forehand. Matt Pala was expecting it to go to his backhand, basically, to Jake Sanderson. And the Senators turned the puck over right off the get-go. Here we go.
Sanderson gets to the puck, sends it ahead. Palo tries to bumper it down inside the Kane zone. Here's Ehlers back the other way, gets inside the Ottawa end. Turns around, sends it to the corner. In behind the net. Centering pass, Miller shot. That's blocked by Ridley Gregg, who slashes the puck back out to center and down.
Yeah, it's one thing to make the block. It's another to make a reaction to clear the zone, and that's exactly what Ridley Gregg did. Just good reaction, Dean, instinctively blocking it, and then very quickly sweeping that stick to get the puck out of harm's way.
Canes to center. He's pinching Shabbat. Stops the exit, and the puck is dumped back down in the Kane zone. Chatfield around the boards to Slavin. Slavin, long lead pass down to the Ottawa line and in. Little drop pass there. Centering picked off by Stützle. Stützle back the other way. Chopped off his stick from behind. Clearing attempt fails. Stützle shovels it back to the corner in the Canes end. Back along the boards. Puck is fired out to center all the way down to the Ottawa line. Pinto there to receive it. Now back up ice. Here's Sanderson down to the line. Tips it in. Slavin to get it. Amadio on him. Along the boards. Puck still loose. Centering pass. Pinto gets a shot away and misses high. Back to the point. Madden Palo turns it around. There's a shot that gets knocked down by Fogle. Fogle in the corner. To Pinto. Pinto trying to get away from Slavin. Pinto comes off the check. Still has it. Back to the point. Spins with a shot. Knocked down in front as that hits Fogle, and that's hurt him.
Nearly deflected off him into the net.
Amadio back to the point. Sends it to the corner. Sanderson dumps it in, and now the Canes clear it back out. Ottawa fires it back in. Around the boards. Puck trickles back out to center. Shabbat knocks it down, but it ends up on a stick. The stick of Taylor Hall gets in the Ottawa zone. His shot goes off the stick of Spence and into the mesh.
Now Warren Fogel's getting a rub out from athletic therapist Dom Nicoletta. Took that off the left shoulder, and that really stung, and off to the bench he went for some attention. Time on ice, Dean. 27-24 for Thomas Shabbat. 28-36 for Jake Sanderson after 60 minutes of play.
Off the draw, Matt Palo sends it around the boards. On the way back down ice, here's Miller. Sends it around the boards, in to steal it. Here's Ridley Gregg back to the point. Shabbat plays it back to the net, pops over the stick of Cousins, and now at the center. Walker to the line, plays it across. Back to Martinuk with a shot right on, and the save is made by Ullmark, and he'll hold on for a faceoff.
Yeah, technically sound, perfect positioning for Linus to take that in the trapper and hold on to force a faceoff. Transition going to be very key here, and the Canes didn't have a whole lot of that for the majority of period number 2. When they did, they had a couple of chances. It wasn't a grade A chance as the shot clock hits 35 for Carolina and 24 for the Ottawa Senators. Linus Ullmark, brilliant in this hockey game tonight.
Face off to the left of Ullmark. Eller wins the draw. Hanks the puck off the boards, back out to center. Amadio can't get through the crowd with it. Goes cross ice. Now Spence sends it ahead. Ottawa tips it in. Freddie Anderson out of the net. Tees it up there. Forced out of the zone. Here's Gostisbehere. Goes to the wing, and Nikitschin fires it in the Ottawa end. Takes a bounce. Puck is sent to the corner. And out to center now. Puck is tipped ahead to the neutral zone. Through the middle of the ice. Here's Pinto, gets in. Tries to swirl it along the boards. And the Canes clear it out. Here's Taylor Hall. Taylor Hall gets in the zone. Tries to send it through. That's knocked down. Back the other way out to center. There you go. Brady Tkachuk and Shabbat. Tkachuk tries to make a move. Falls. Loses the puck. And now here's Blake back the other way. He's tied up. Loses the puck. It's flipped ahead. Here's Stutz in the zone. Gets a shot and misses high. Down the boards. Held in. Here's Shabbat with it. Steers it along the boards. Shovel to the side of the net. Back of the net, Matheson wants it in front, and a chance for Brady Tkachuk and a big blocker save by Anderson. They can't clear it. Shabbat to the corner. Bounces off the stick of Tkachuk, and back out to center come the Canes. They dump it in and head off on a change, dodging all those bullets.
4 minutes, 9 seconds into the period, this overtime period, and Frederik Andersen makes just a spectacular right toe or right blocker save down low on Brady Tkachuk.
Vogel gets in, gets a shot. It bounces to the side of the net, and Anderson covers up and holds on as Pinto goes in, searching for any kind of spillage. Face-off will be to the right of the Carolina goal.
My blocker save here, just seeing it on the replay. Brady coming oh so close. Of course, no overtime winners in postseason play for Brady, but he is the franchise leader in overtime goals in regular season play with a dozen. He came oh so close there on a beautiful feed from Drake Batherson right through the blue paint.
So Anderson now set. Ottawa will have the draw to the right of Anderson in the Kane zone. To take the draw, Ridley Gregg against Stahl. Off the draw, Gregg wins it. Puck cleared around the boards. Ehlers can't get it out. Puck is held in the corner. Here's Cousins trying to get away from Keandre Miller. Loses the puck and back out to center. Puck is lobbed into the Ottawa end to the corner. Sanderson runs it along the boards. Stahl knocks that clearing attempt down. Back of the net. Here comes Sanderson back to center. Lead pass is deflected back inside the Canes end. Ottawa changes as Walker leaves it there for Miller. Walker fires the puck down in the Ottawa end. Out of the net. Puck cleared along the glass, but knocked down. Robinson with a shot that misses. Back to the point. Here's Gostisbehere. Throws it back in behind the net. It runs along the boards. Zetterlund trying to get it out. And the puck is finally flipped ahead to the line, but held in. Again, the Senators having a tough time clearing. Here's Madenpalo up the boards. Again, can't get it out. Puck comes to the side of the net, and Ullmark is forced to cover it and hold it for a face-off to the right of the Ottawa goal.
Well, this all started with a play behind the net by Linus Ullmark trying to go high off the glass on a hard rim, and it's stopped up at the blue line. It gets by the Ottawa players, but not by the defender at the blue line of the Senators, and it results in a little bit of pressure. Linus alleviates that by pouncing on a puck that trickles into him, and we'll get a face-off to his right. Face-offs now 61-39 favoring the Ottawa Senators. Pinto up against Aho.
And off the drop, Pinto wins it. Puck cleared around the boards. And out. It's sent to the corner by Amadio. In behind the net, chopped up the boards. And back out to center. To the line and in. Here's Aho, gets a shot and misses high. And that one goes off the glass up into the mesh, but they play on.
Well, Amadio thought it hit the mesh too, Dean. He had his arm up in the air.
Puck in behind the net. Sanderson kicks it free. Now bounces the puck ahead to center. Vogel tips it down to the Canes line. And Here's Nikishin back in his own zone with it. He is still on the bench, and I don't believe injured, but I cannot remember the last time we saw Nick Cousins.
Yeah, he got switched to a fourth-line role here, and been a little bit of Zetterlund, certainly a lot of Eller to take face-off, but yeah, you're right.
Lavin clears a puck. Fogle tries to hold it in, but it bounces back out and down to the Ottawa zone. To the line and in. Stützle tried to send it back to Batherson. It battles to hold it in, can't do it. And back the other way. Taylor Hall drops it for Blake, and that's stolen away from him by Stützle.
Great defensive play by Stützle.
Stützle draws it back down to the Canes' end. Stützle below the goal line tries to center it. He gets knocked down. Clearing attempt fails as Giroux knocks down the loose puck. Now chipped ahead by Stahl back to center. Spence with it. Feeds it to the line and in. Giroux tips it to the corner. Goes in to get it. Leaves it back of the net for Dylan Cousins. To the point. The shot by Gilbert that just flutters wide of the net. Another shot from the wall. That's knocked down. Another shot. That hits a leg. To the corner. Slavin now. Leaves it for Ehlers, and he runs it to the open corners. Along the boards now. Here's Blake with it. And Blake lobs it out to center and down to the Ottawa end just to get some relief. Here's Gilbert now for Ottawa. Lead pass to the line and in. Knocked down by Anderson. Steers the puck to the corner. 8 minutes gone here in overtime. Still tied at 2, obviously. Ehlers back to his own end. Now gets the return feed out to center. Cross ice pass to the line. Robinson can't get in cleanly. Here's Taylor Hall taken to the boards. Try to make that Jankowski. Puck in the corner. Ottawa's own. Jankowski first on it. Lays it back of the net. To the corner now. Here's Carrier with it. Grinds it out the other side. Back to the point. There's a shot through traffic. Knocked down. Loose puck spilled to the corner. Here's Robinson again. Tries to turn it back. Loses the puck. Laid along the boards and slapped by Amadio, but not out.
Pressure from the Canes now. Dean, defense pinching in. Sensing a little bit of momentum shift here offensively. Ottawa's tired.
Lassie Thompson gets it. Makes the wise play and airmails it out to center and back down to the Canes' end.
Everybody over 60 seconds on that shift.
Back to the line. Centering pass by Aho. Knocked down by Sanderson. Coming in hard was Dylan Cousins. Lays down his man. Puck is loose. Here's a shot by Giroux that goes high into the mesh. And with 10:39 to go in overtime, tied at 2, we'll get a face-off inside the Canes' end.
I think that was Nikishin who got a stick in there. He's got a long reach, Dean, at 6'3", 218. The youngster just got the stick in on the Claude Giroux clapper from about the top of the face-off circle, and it's a puck that goes high into the safety netting in behind. Freddie Anderson in this 2-2 hockey game with 10:39 to go in period number 4. Either team backing down. Game of momentum, and we've seen some shifts here in the first half of this overtime period. Face-off will be to the left of Anderson. Giroux up against Stahl at the dot.
Off the draw, Canes have control. They clear it out. Back down ice. Martin, who chases it down into the Ottawa zone. Spence goes to contain him. Back to the net for Stahl. Stahl lays it back to the point. There's a shot through traffic. Knocked down before it gets there. Fogle out to center. Pass was in behind Dylan Cousins. Canes work it back the other way. Ehlers drops it. Here's Martinuk with a shot that misses. High off the glass. Loose puck steered to the boards, but not out by Shabbat.
His hand slashed just as he was releasing.
Aho with a shot, knocked down by Shabbat. This time makes sure of it and flares it through center all the way back down ice. And this is an icing call, even though DeAndre Miller went to shortstop it and missed it. The Ottawa bench not at all happy with that call, or lack thereof.
No, right on. I don't disagree with them at all. In any case, when in doubt, down the ice. Unfortunately for Thomas Shabbat, after he took a slash on the hand and turned the puck over on the attempted dump out, he got it back and tried to alleviate pressure even more. And unfortunately, we get an offensive zone face-off to the right of Linus Ullmark. Dylan Cousins out there, and I think it's Aho for
hold on,
timeout being
called timeout, and I think they're something clock related, and so the referee will go and talk to Rod Brindamore. That's Jean-Hubert, and now he will head over and tell Travis Green probably that it's nothing more than just having to reset the clock because it ran too long. But anyway, both benches have been made aware of it.
Are they dry scraping? I think that might be what they're doing too.
Midway through the period, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a 2-2 hockey game. We'll tell you how it got that way. Stankoven with his second of the series from Hall and Blake at 6:31 on a power play game. The Canes an early first period 1-0 lead. Sebastian Aho with his first of the series made it 2-0 from Stahl at 7:50 of period 2. Canes in complete control, leading 2-0 almost midway through the hockey game. Drake Batherson then finally scored for Ottawa their first goal in 4.5 periods. Batherson's first of the series from Sanderson at 10:47 made it a 2-1 game, and then Dylan Cousins tied things up with his first of the series from Ridley Gregg at 16:40. All of that in the second period as the Senators were outshot 14-7, but they tied it up at 2. Going into the third, it was 10-3 shots favoring the Senators, but they could not get anything past Freddie Anderson. The 3 shots that I think they had 5 shots Carolina did, my apologies. They had about 3 good quality scoring opportunities, and it resulted in Linus Ullmark coming up with some mammoth saves, including one with about 15 seconds left on the clock. Well, this dry scrape here, the officials' timeout, Dean, is good news for Ottawa because this was off an icing call where Thomas Chabot had played 48 seconds. Ridley Gregg had played a minute. Dylan Cousins, 57 seconds. So everybody gets a breather, and Thomas Chabot's still looking like he's in a little discomfort after taking a slash on the left hand.
Face off to the left of Ullmark.
Big win by Cousins.
And now here's Chabot with it. Banks the puck ahead to center. And the play is whistled down as an offside call. The puck bounced back inside the zone. Well, not all of the Canes had cleared the zone, so they'll get a face-off outside the Ottawa line.
That timeout, Dean, what an opportune time for the Senators, because off an icing, they had some gassed players out there. And boy, oh boy, that's a massive break here. It's like making a line change when you least expect to. But Ottawa did a nice job off the face-off, and 5 freshies out for both teams.
Stützle wins the draw, puck ahead to the line. Here's Tkachuk in. Tkachuk trying to get a shot away, couldn't get through. There's a quick shot, doesn't get through again. Chabot with a shot. That's blocked. And now the Canes get it back out to center, working it down inside the Ottawa end. Back to the net, here's Spence. Sends the puck ahead to Chabot. To the line, Brady Tkachuk slashes it in. Anderson clears it to the corner. Now Slavin sends it up the boards on the right side. Chatfield sends the puck ahead, and it's stolen away. Back the other way. Pinto to the line. Here's Fogle. Fogle to the corner. Chips it around the boards. Somebody's helmet is lying in the corner. That's taken up space.
That was from the last shift. I'm trying to see which Senator player's helmetless on the bench.
Icing a call against the Canes and a face-off back down inside. I believe it's Tim Stützle's.
Oh, you've got good eyes there, reading the numbers on the back of his helmet. That helmet's not even being shown.
No, I can see him on the bench with no helmet.
Oh, okay. Good call, Dino. Could have played along, but just trying to make you look good.
That's hard. that's a tall
I am here, Dean.
Well, face off to the right of Anderson. Eller wins the draw. Back to the point. Sanderson winds and fires, blocked the save, loose puck's out of the net. Anderson's down as Eller tries to dig for it, but Anderson holds on.
Well, a clean face-off win for Lars Eller. Dean, I'm not so certain this puck didn't glance off pipe off the pad and then, just the right arm of Freddie Anderson on a bullet of a shot from Jake Sanderson. That was an 86-mile-an-hour clapper from the point after a perfect face-off win by Lars Eller on Stankoven.
So another face-off inside the Canes zone. Now 8:45 to go. in the first overtime period. There could be more. We don't know. They go, somebody wins. Brady Tkachuk wins the draw. Back to the point. Sanderson keeps the puck alive, puts it back of the net. Tkachuk tries to center. He gets bowled over. And now back up ice. Here's Stahl. Goes through the middle of the ice. And the puck is dumped into the Ottawa zone by Walker. Here's Spence. Leaves it in the corner. Puck is sent ahead, but not out. Spence comes in. Puck trickles to the side of the net as Batherson is down after he got sideswiped.
Oh, yeah. Boy, almost a slew foot there from Jordan Martinook. Slashed behind Batherson and took his left leg out. Boy, that's a dangerous, dangerous play. Batherson had his back to him.
And the official standing right there. Jean-Hubert calls nothing.
That's a tough one. That's a dirty play.
That Gord is bad officiating. Face off to the left of the Ottawa goal.
Keller out here again to take the draw against Jankowski.
Off the draw, puck in behind the net. Matt Powell tries to clear it. And Ottawa breaks it out. Down to the line and in. Up along the boards. But now cleared back out to center. Shabbat lines up, fires it back in. Off the boards with it. Bouncing puck. Not back to the line. He's having a tough time getting it out. Bouncing puck. And now another chance to clear it. And this time Goss to spare. Gets back to his own blue line. Lobs it in. Knocked down by Shabbat. Sends it back. Here's Zetterlund in the zone. Zetterlund cuts in. Tries to get a shot. Misses the puck. And the puck is flared back out to center. Gilbert knocks it down. Tries to bank it back off the boards and offside the call. And a faceoff will come back outside the Ottawa line, rather.
5 members of this Ottawa Senators team have a history of goal scoring in playoff overtime. Dean Michael Amadio in 8 career playoff games has 1 game-winning goal in OT. Nick Cousins, who hasn't seen a shift in this overtime, he has 1. Lars Eller has 1. Claude Giroux has 1. And the most recent off the stick of Jake Sanderson last year against the Leafs. Face-off outside the Ottawa line, 7:38 left to go in period 4. 2-2 the score.
Senators with 4 players on the team that have won the cup. This is a long shot knocked down by Linus Ullmark, and he will hold on. The Canes have 3 players that have been to the final. 2 of them have won cups. Carrier won a cup in 2023 with Vegas. He also went to the final in 2018. Kotkaniemi went to the final in 2021 with Montreal. They did not win. And Stahl won with Pittsburgh in the 2008 year, and they went again the next year and lost in 2009.
DeAndre Miller's point shot got through Linus Ullmark with a good right shoulder save. Pounced on the rebound to force this face-off to his right. Just the 3rd shot on goal for the Canes this period.
Walker with a shot, glove down by Ullmark. He had tons of time to see it. That was no problem. Another face-off in the Ottawa zone.
And every little thing in the game now is vital, including huge face-offs.
Giroux was heading off on a change. His line is gone. New line is out there, but the coach said, stay out, take the face-off. Presumably, if you win the draw and we get back up ice, then you change, but you got to win that draw. Eller in after all that. Back to the point. Here's Miller with a shot. Went high, missed high. Giroux was there if they had to change it out. He is still out there now. Let's see if he stays. And if it goes back to the other side, he will take that draw.
Yeah, strong side is the right side for him. And looks as though it might be. Eller is coming off the ice. Dylan Cousins coming on the ice and perhaps to take this draw. Is he heading off too?
Giroux staying out. Yeah. Loses the draw. There's a quick shot that just misses. Miller holds the puck in. Now along the board, Sanderson can't get it out. Svechnikov with a shot. Save is made by Ullmark. Sanderson along the boards, plays it back of his own net. Pinto to the other side to protect it. And Matt Powell clears the puck out and back down ice. And this again will be an icing call. And again, a face-off in the Ottawa zone.
Yeah, they do it all over again here, and it's massive scramble. Clean draw by Aho, but just a big gathering of bodies in front of Linus Ullmark, and Scott Walker fired high and wide. And boy, if it was on the net, it might have gone in.
Off the face-off. Puck is cleared to the line and out by Amadio. Canes just fire it back in. Here's Sanderson. Along the boards, back to the net. Madden Powell runs it up the boards. And out to center now. Here's Amadio. Gets to center. Loses the puck at the Canes line. Now it's sent back the other way. Here's Stahl. Stahl moving in. Drops it back. Here's a backhand chance off the side of the net. Ehlers clears it. The Canes catch Ottawa on an awkward change. Here's Chatfield trying to throw it through. Knocked down by Amadio. Back out to center now. Batherson dumps it down ice. Tries to get around Chatfield to chase the puck. Puck is cleared ahead and out to center. There's a lead pass knocked down by Brady Tkachuk. Back the other way. Here's Tkachuk. Drops it back in. Stützle! Off the post!
No, Dean.
Stützle pulls Anderson out and then hits the post.
Oh, my gosh.
Here's Tkachuk back again with it. Tkachuk to the line and in. Sends a shot in right on. And Anderson makes the save and holds on as Stützle had a golden opportunity to end this thing.
Well, just a good breakout by Ottawa. 3 across. Drake Batherson feathering a pass to Brady Tkachuk. Oh, Stützle hits the post. Left post off the, just beyond the skate. The right outstretched leg of Freddie Anderson, and Lady Luck has come back to join this game. And it's not on the side of Tim Stützle. Boy, oh boy, has he had opportunity here.
What is that, 5 pucks now they've gotten behind the goalie that haven't gone over the goal line? It is unbelievable. 5:48 to go in overtime, still tied at 2 in Carolina. Game 2 of this series. Canes won the opener.
Not classified as a shot on goal. And that had series tied at 1 all over it. Great feed between Batherson and Tkachuk, and then Tkachuk to Stützle.
Ridley Gregg in the face-off circle. Off the drop, puck along the boards. The Canes quickly send it out. Down along the wing and in. Svechnikov tries to work himself away from Lassie Thompson. Puts the puck to the corner. Jarvis tries to spin away. Thompson gets over there quickly to move the puck ahead. Fogle off the glass and out.
2 simple plays, and back come the Senators.
There's Ridley Gregg. Tries to lay it in. Quick shot. And that one for Cousins goes off the goaltender to the corner. Ridley Gregg leaves it for Fogle. Fogle back to the point. Here's Shabbat. Fires it through. Redirected in front. It goes wide. Fogle out of the corner with it. Here's Fogle. Tries to turn it back. Sends a shot in. Ridley Gregg with a chance. Save is made. Loose puck. It comes to the corner. Cleared around the boards. Is lying back to the net now. DeAndre Miller gets there. Picks it up. Sends it ahead. Back out to center now. Here's Aho. Down to the line and in. Jarvis sends the puck to the corner. Puck is knocked down and over to get it. Puck is sent up the boards and back out to center. There's Nick Cousins. Knocks down a puck as that puck came up and I think hit him in the chin or the jaw. Puck is lobbed in the Ottawa zone. Shabbat knocks it down and clears it back out.
Not out. Whoops.
Puck to the corner as Blake held the puck in. Here's Shabbat fighting to get to it. Now back to the line, and this time it does come out. Here's Amadio. Steers it ahead at center. Spence sends it up the boards, and Amadio gets the puck in deep again. 4:20 to go in the first overtime period. Tied at 2. Here's the giveaway. Oh. The steal is made by Batherson, then he immediately gives it back. Lead pass to center. Brady Tkachuk flops it down inside the zone. Nikishin back to get it. As Stützle puts him into the boards. Clearing attempt fails. Back to the corner. Here's Stützle. Quick cutback. Loses the puck. Now at the other side. Back to center. Puck is lobbed down to the Ottawa line and in. Picked up by Sanderson. Sanderson banks the puck down to the line. Tipped in by Dylan Cousins. Chatfield to chase it. Down the boards now. Here's Slavin. Lead pass out to center. Ehlers backhands it down to the Ottawa line. Lassie Thompson loses the puck to Stahl. Stahl tries to center it, knocked down, and the loose puck cleared to the line and just back out again.
Good pressure by Sanderson at his own blue line.
Haynes to the line and in, centering pass backhander, and a penalty call is on the way. Martinook going to the nets, was hooked at the last second. Here's Martinook with a puck. Delay penalty call against Ottawa. Martinook back to the point. Goaltender off, extra man out. Here's Aho. To the corner. Back along the boards. Jankowski sends it across. There's a one-timer. Knocked down the puck. Scores! Jankowski ends the game. Canes win it in overtime.
Extra attacker out there, and the Senators not in control of the puck. And a Seth Jarvis shot goes off Linus Ullmark's stick and springs to the right. And Jankowski is right there to bury this hard rebound. And right now the Senators are taking a look. And I'm not sure if this game is over just yet. Ottawa is taking a look to see if, in fact, this might have been offside prior to. Nobody's leaving. Brady Tkachuk has asked the officials to sit tight. And right now, Mike King in the video room is trying to get a beat on what's going on. Jordan Stahl being told right now by Jean Hebert,
don't leave the ice.
Don't leave the ice. Yeah, there's no question there was a hook on Martinook, who was set in all alone on Linus Ullmark. But was this play offside? Did it? Yeah, we'll have to wait for the official call here. We're going to see another lead. No, it wasn't even close to being offside. No, is it? No.
Yeah. There is the original entry, the issue they're looking at. And they're still looking, and still waiting for Ottawa to decide, are they going to challenge or not? Remember, the league looks at all these goals anyway.
Yeah.
So the linesmen are now down in the penalty box looking at the video.
Jankowski's play at the blue line, Dean, that puck was not even close to being over the blue line. And then Chatfield got an opportunity, and he didn't come close to taking it offside either. Boy, with authority, Jankowski buries this rebound off the Seth Jarvis shot. And, okay, so it's off the original entry here, Dean. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's the original entry where Jordan Stahl, boy, is Martinook. This was the pass to Martinook that created the penalty. And this is very, very close. Martinook got in behind the defenders and is his right skate over the line before Stahl brings it in. Stahl is clearly on the wrong side of the blue line, but he's got possession of the puck when he brings it in. And my heavens, this game of inches turns into a game of millimeters now, because that's what this is. Holy moly.
I believe, Gord, that's holy moly.
Holy moly.
But they're looking at this from every single angle they have, and the number one hockey guy in this league, Colin Campbell, happens to actually be in Carolina, and he is in the replay booth.
Nothing finer to be in Carolina.
I actually should catch myself. I guarantee he's in Carolina, but they just showed a shot of him in the replay booth. That might be the situation. Yeah, that's the situation room in Toronto. So Colin Campbell is there, and I'm not sure he gets himself involved in these kinds of things, but he's there.
It is so hard to tell. My goodness. At least from our vantage point here, folks, in the broadcast booth.
We only get the angles that TV has. If there are other angles, and
After the review, it was determined that the play was offside. There was no goal.
Offside is the call, Dean. No goal, 2-2. Let's play on, McDuff. Holy smokes, my goodness. It's a penalty shot off the hook on the breakaway? Is that what they just called? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They're calling this a penalty shot for Martinook? Off the hook. Wow. Well, Shane Pinto just said WTF, but all the words, and that's what's leaving us up here in the booth with the same thought. It's Warren Fogle getting his stick into the hands of Martinook, prevents him from getting a shot. No problem with the... Wow, okay, it's an overtime penalty shot. Jordan Martinook against Linus Ullmark. 2-2 hockey game, and boy, oh boy, just when you're about to breathe a sigh of relief, the official throws this at you. When did he have time to think of this? Because there was no indication. Well, play went on, right?
Well, Jean-Hubert, one way or the other, has injected himself into the outcome of this game, and now they're on the headphones.
Oh, sorry about this, folks, but Jean-Hubert, I think, now is explaining what his call is and saying that's correct. It's a penalty shot that's awarded. No? Let's listen in here. Jean-Hubert has gone over to Travis Green to explain something. He's actually talking to the whole Senator crew. And now he's gone over to the Carolina bench. Bottom line is, it's a 2-2 hockey game, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a penalty shot. Oh, yes, there is. Okay, pardon me. All right. Game on the stick of Jordan Martinook and or Linus Ullmark. 2-2 the score, 3:11 to go in period number 4. 39-31 shots favoring Carolina. To shot 40 end this hockey game.
Martinook waiting for the call to giddy up and let's go. He is at his own blue line, assuming he wants to take a run at this. Still waiting for the music to stop and the signal from the referee. And here he goes. Martinook comes in one-on-one on Ullmark. Takes it wide. Back to the forehand. Martinook busting in. Save is made by Linus Ullmark.
Well, it was a win on a shot 40 or a continuation on save 38, and Linus Ullmark gets the job done. 2-2, continuing in overtime. My goodness, what a series, Dean, of moments of frustration and nerves as Martinook tries to go glove hand side, and flashing leather is Linus Ullmark. He came well out to challenge, and my heavens, he comes up with the save of the night, maybe the playoffs, to keep this a 2-2 hockey game.
My question would be, why didn't Ridley Gray get a penalty shot in the first period when he was hooked while in the shooting motion? Like, it's just beyond words sometimes.
All right, Senators.
Out to center.
2 reprieves on the play.
Puck knocked down into the zone. Here's Sanderson to chase it. Stall on him. Fogle. Centering pass comes back out. Stahl can't get a good shot away. To the corner it goes. Here's Sanderson. Hacks the puck ahead, and it's lifted back out to center. Giroux tried to pass it off through the middle of the ice. Couldn't get it there. Back the other way. Trying to turn the corner. Here's a wrap chance. Doesn't work. Centering pass back to the point. Hops over the stick of Keandre Miller.
Strong game from Nicholas Matenpaolo tonight.
Put into a very big role. Consider it wasn't that long ago he was a healthy scratch. Now he's in the number 1 pair in a playoff game. But cleared back down to the Canes' end,
acting like he's been there before.
Long lead pass down to the Ottawa line and in. Going to turn the corner. There's a high rising shot. Brady Tkachuk along the boards. It's tied up by Svechnikov, but gets it back to Sanderson. He runs it around the boards, but not out. Puck is poked ahead back to center in the neutral zone, tipped ahead into the zone. Stützle cuts in, loses the puck, and it's steered back out to center. Down to the Ottawa line and in. Svechnikov goes cross ice. That play is whistled down on the offside, and Svechnikov rips into the linesman, and Rod Brindamore now has a massive vein on his forehead about to burst. He, too, looking at his monitor at his feet, and just simply says,
let's go, because it was offside. The officials in this game, the fastest game in the world, rarely make a mistake, and that was pretty clear. That was easy, it was pretty clear it was offside. Svechnikov knew it was offside.
Off the face-up, I have no doubt it was offside. Back up to center, here's Pinto. Works the puck ahead as he gets tripped. Now Shabbat. Knocks the puck down in the neutral zone. Here's Blake with it, throws it wide side, it's knocked down. Back to the line, it trickles in. Steered off the boards, back to center. Flop down to the Ottawa line. Spence throws it back down to the Canes line. Loose in the neutral zone. Here's Fogle with a steal. Warren Fogle moving in. Got Pinto with him. Can't get the shot through, and it deflects to the corner. Up his lob back out to center. Here's Matt and Paddle back to his own end together.
36 minutes and change now for Jake Sanderson on the ice. Dean 33 and change for Thomas Chabot.
Ottawa dumps it back in. Minute to go in the first overtime period as the puck is shoveled back through center. Stützle back to get it. Matt and Paddle up the boards. Puck is redirected in by Tkachuk. Nikishin sends it around the boards. Here's Martinuk waiting for it. Stützle gets on him. Stützle trying to steal it from him. Gets some help from Batherson. He can't make anything happen out to center now. Puck is thrown into the Ottawa zone. Glove down by Linus Ullmark. 30 seconds to go. And back up ice. Sanderson. Lead pass to the line is knocked down. Back the other way. Gains to the line is Sanderson. Takes Svechnikov off the puck. It comes free back to the net. Spence sends it ahead and out to center. Lead pass out of the reach of Giroux, and Giroux gets there to beat the icing call.
What a move by Giroux, Dean. Sneaks in behind Walker. Hell of a play.
Puck in the corner, finally lobbed back out to center. Lands in the neutral zone, and that'll do it. Tied at 2 at the end of overtime period number 1.
Well, the gas gauge for both teams is wavering around that big E right now, Deans. It's the team right now that will recover in the intermission and come out for period number 5 and see if they've been able to refill just a little bit. This was, for some of these young men, the longest game that they have probably ever played. We'll keep an eye on ice times here, get you an update during the intermission, but my heavens, not for the faint of heart. Senators dodged not 1 but 2 bullets as far as a goal that's disallowed because of a challenged offside, and then a penalty shot that was the end result of all of that is stopped by Linus Ullmark at the other end of the ice. One great opportunity for Tim Stützle to end it a while ago, and he hits the post in behind Freddie Anderson. Let's bring on period 5.
At the end of 4 periods of hockey, the score remains Carolina 2, Ottawa 2. In a moment, the 4th intermission brought to you with the Graham Creech and Chris Stevenson, brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. You're listening to the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
A catastrophic injury will dramatically change your life. At Jagendorf Rashid Injury Lawyers, they understand the long-term implications of your injuries on your ability to work, on your need for care, and on your family. Howard Jagendorf and Najma Rashid will fight for your rights and get you fair compensation from the insurance companies while you focus on your health and recovery. Jagendorf Rashid Injury Lawyers. Focused, experienced, compassionate. Jagendorf.com.
Save on tires guaranteed with Myers 30-day price match. As the largest volume dealer group in Eastern Ontario, Myers sells Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, Chev, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Infiniti, and Subaru. So when you think tires, think Myers. With locations in Orleans, Nepean, Bells Corners, Canada, Barhaven, Manotick, Kempville, and Kingston, you're just minutes away from Myers 30-day price match guarantee.
Myers.ca. Gabriel's.
Upgrade your game nights with the new Senator's Sweet Heat Pizza from Gabriel Pizza. Loaded with a layer of pepperoni under the cheese. Stacked high with cup and crisp pepperoni on top. Kicked up with pickled jalapenos and finished with a drizzle of Mike's Hot Honey. It's the sweet and spicy taste of victory. Order tonight at GabrielPizza.com, on the Gabe's app, or call 613-656-7777. Gabriel Pizza, the official pizza of your Ottawa Senators.
There are many great things in the Great White North. Great lakes, great outdoors, great big mountains, And now, there's one more. Great Canadian oil change. New name, same great service.
Spring has sprung. Keep your vehicle in great shape with annual maintenance from GCOC. No appointment necessary. For seasonal tire changeovers and more, go to gcoc.ca.
Great Canadian oil change. Locally owned and operated. A proud sponsor of the Ontario Hockey League.
TSN 1200, home of the NFL. Sens Intermission on TSN 1200 is brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Now, here's the play of the period.
And here he goes. Martinook comes in one-on-one on Ullmark. Takes it wide. Back to the forehand. Martinook busting in. Save is made by Linus Ullmark.
Well, it was a win on a shot 40 or a continuation on save 38.
Linus Ullmark has been lights out in game number 2. And that's the play of the first overtime period. We'll explain everything that happened in a little bit, but time now for the fourth intermission scoring summary, and we will begin with Logan Stankoven. 6:31 into the game on the power play from Hall and Blake made it 1-0 Canes. Aho from Stahl at 7:50 of the second made it 2-0. Batherson would get Ottawa's first goal of the series from Sanderson at 10:47, make it 2-1, and then Dylan Cousins from Gregg and Sanderson at 16:40, tied it up 2-2. That was the score after 2 periods of play. That was the score after 3 periods of play. And that's the score after 4 periods of play. Shots on goal, 40-31 in favor of the Carolina Hurricanes right now. Canes are 1 for 1 on the power play. They're 0 for 1 on penalty shots. Sens are 0 for 3 with their opportunities on power plays. This game's brought to you in part by your Ottawa area Canadian Tire stores and by UA Local 71, the Plumbers Union. Coming up, the TSN 1200 St. Hubert Barbecue Out of Town scoreboard. And we'll analyze the overtime period with Chris Stevenson. This is Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I just helped Tom with a business loan. He needed to soup up his mechanic shop. Not to brag, but I once modified a car to match my ultra speed. It went so fast, it broke the speed of sound. At least no one was inside. I hope no one was inside. I guess I'll just stick to approving business loans.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Waking up to morning sun is amazing, but only if you can see it. If your dirty windows are blocking out the sun, let Janny King give you a hand. Whether commercial, condo, or retail, inside or out, Janny King will have your windows sparkling in no time. In fact, they can have your entire facility shining and set you up with a customized maintenance cleaning plan. Don't miss a minute of the sunshine. For a professional cleaning service you can always count on, call Janny King, the King of Clean, and the official cleaning company of the Ottawa Senators and Canadian Tire Center.
Looking for the best place to watch the hockey game? Check out the St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar. Whether you're with a group of friends or out with your coworkers, come in, cheer for your favorite team, and enjoy St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar's many game night specials. Best hockey nights are at your local St. Hubert Barbecue Resto Bar with 2 East End locations, 1754 Saint Laurent Boulevard and 2484 Saint Joseph Boulevard in Orleans. Full menu online at sthubert.com.
Hockey's not just a game. It's a clash of sticks. It's sprays of ice and crazy saves. It's slap shots and the scrape of blades. It's an endless series of touch-and-go moments that make you feel alive. Through the highs and lows, you march your way down the long road to the playoffs alongside your team, with your jersey on and your heart on your sleeve, because they couldn't do it without you. And when you're there for your team, the NHL store is there for you. Check out the largest selection of official NHL gear at nhlshop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
TSN 1200, home of the Red Blacks. Back to Sens Hockey on TSN 1200. Now, let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Hubert Barbecue, chicken, ribs, and hockey.
All right, once again, we'll just do NHL. And earlier tonight, the Flyers took a 2-0 series lead thanks to a 3-0 win over the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Stars are up 2-1 on the Wild, 9:17 left in the second period. And the Oilers have a 2-0 lead on the Ducks after 20 minutes in Game 1 of their series. Senators and Hurricanes, 2-2 after overtime number 1. Chris Stevenson, so the ruling on, if you're just tuning in, a lot of Canes fans thought they had won the game. The Canes thought they won the game. Sens fans thought they lost it. They end up going to video review after the Canes scored on a delayed penalty. The league ruled that Stahl had possession of the puck but not control when he crossed the line, thus putting it offside. But then, even though the penalty was taken after that play, it still stands. The officials would have ruled penalty shot, so they give Martinook penalty shot, and Linus Ullmark comes through huge once again. Whew.
Huh? So, I don't understand how the play is ruled offside. Goal is disallowed. The play that was offside was the one that led to the penalty shot call. So I don't understand how, after a play is ruled offside, they reset the clock to when the offside occurred. A goal is wiped out, but the penalty shot isn't? Like, if you're going to reset the clock, it feels to me like everything that happened after that moment should have been wiped out. Face off outside the line, clock reset, no delayed penalty or penalty shot, or that doesn't seem to make sense to me.
In Rule 38.7, results of a successful coach's challenge, I'm not going to read all the parts about overturning the goal, but this part here, if one or more penalties are assessed between the time of the missed infraction and the video review that disallowed the apparent goal, the offending team will still be required to serve the penalty identified and assessed at the time of the penalty will be recorded at the time of which the play should have been stopped for the missed infraction. That was a mouthful.
Let's just make it all up as we go along.
We got to go. Once again, intermissions and overtime, 3 minutes shorter than in regulation. So that does it for our overtime intermission. We are headed to second overtime. The overtime intermission has been brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Coming up, period number 5. Second overtime with Dina Gord. At the end of first overtime, the score is 2-2 between the Sens and Canes. You're listening to Sens Hockey in the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Summer is calling. Are you ready to answer? At Orleans Boat World, your best days start on the water. Whether it's fishing at sunrise, cruising with family, or chasing the perfect wake, we've got a massive selection of new and pre-owned boats in stock and ready to go. From pontoons to fishing boats and wake boats, all at unbeatable prices. Don't get stuck with an empty dock. Visit us today at 701 Taylor Creek Drive in Orleans. Orleans Boat World. Make this your summer on the water.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I am Natalie Faubert, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Ottawa. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Spring cleaning starts now at Terry's Rugs. Serving Ottawa and Gatineau. Save 15% on expert hand washing and repairs for your Persian and Oriental rugs. At Terry's Rugs, they treat every rug with care, restoring its beauty and extending its life. But hurry, only 100 rugs accepted. First come, first serve. Offer ends April 30th or when they're full. Call today or visit Terry's Rugs. Ottawa's Consumer Choice Award winner and 4.9 stars on Google. Terry's Rugs. Clean, fresh, like new again. Slack Road, Nepean, and at terrysrugs.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to find some great deals at Play It Again Sports. New and used gear from all the big brand names for baseball, softball, golf, soccer, football, and more. Plus some steals on 2025 hockey and ringette gear as they make room for new 2026 product arriving soon. Trade in your quality used cleats, clubs, gloves, and bats to save even more on our already great prices. Locally owned Play It Again Sports, Orleans, Barhaven, and Canada. Shop local, save big.
TSN 1200, home of the Ottawa 67s.
All right, welcome back inside our broadcast booth, everybody. Gearing up for period number 5. Yes, we're into double overtime now in the Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. This game still tied at 2. Dylan Cousins tying goal at the 16:40 mark, way back in the second period. Tied things at a deuce. There was no scoring done in period number 3, and obviously no scoring done in the first overtime period. There was a chance, though. There actually was a goal, but it was disallowed. And hats off to Mike King, the video coach for the Ottawa Senators, and assistant Josh Mallory. They determined that there was a play that was offside and should be challenged, and it resulted in a goal. Jankowski actually scored what appeared to be the game-winning goal, but the challenge for Ottawa was upheld, and the play was deemed offside. But at the same time, and we're not going to get into the rule book and rule explanations here, but there was going to be a penalty shot awarded on the play that was created because of the offside. It makes no sense, but such is life in the NHL. Jordan Martinook was hooked on the play, didn't get a shot away. At about 30 seconds or 40 seconds later, it resulted in Jankowski scoring a goal. It's disallowed off the challenge, but the penalty shot is still awarded. So, on their 40th shot on goal, Jordan Martinook tries to go high glove on Linus Ullmark, who makes maybe the biggest save of his career. He keeps this game tied at 2, got the trapper down, and made a fabulous save. And earlier in the fourth period, Tim Stützle had an opportunity to end the game with a goal on his backhand, but he hit the post, beating Freddie Anderson, and looking like the puck was going to go in the net, but it actually hit the post. So we're at this stage of the game here, period number 5. Time on ice. Here are some interesting numbers here, Dino. Yep. Jake Sanderson, 36 minutes and 45 seconds. He leads all players on both teams. The highest minute count for the Canes, K'Andre Miller at 28:55. Jacob Slavin at 28:42. Nowhere close to Sanderson's 36:45 or Thomas Chabot's 34:33. My goodness. Jordan Spence, 31:38. So 3 players over the 30-minute mark for the Senators, who are short-staffed. Remember, if you're just joining us, no Artem Zub here today. He was a game-time decision. He's not in the lineup here tonight. And no Tyler Clevin. The next couple of days off may determine that there will be perhaps a lineup change or 2 for the Ottawa Senators. Lassie Thompson has filled in admirably without question. He's up to 11 minutes and 24 seconds. Dennis Gilbert, 14:04. Just checking some other ice times here. Lars Eller at 10:48, but boy, he's won some big draws. He's taken 17 face-offs and won 11 of those.
All right, here we go. Second overtime period. And off the drop, puck is sent ahead. And Slavin takes it, tries to backhand it to the line. Jarvis goes in to get it, but it's offside, so Stützle can retrieve it with some space. Long lead pass deflected down into the Kane zone by Brady Tkachuk. Anderson clears it around the boards. He gets by Stützle and back up ice. Aho to the line. Svechnikov gets a shot away. Went high, missed high. Around the boards. Puck is held in by Aho. To the corner. Puck is free. Here's Stützle to get it. Stützle skates away from Aho. Back to center. Ottawa changing, so he curls back and waits. Now sends it out to center. Spence puts the puck in deep. Anderson out of the net. Gives it back, and here's Slavin now, back of his own goal.
Both teams will make every effort to keep their shifts as short as possible here in this period 5.
Here's Ehlers, carries it down, gets a shot away, goes off the ankle of Spence. Puck sent up the boards, but not out by Chabot. Shot through traffic, goes off the skate of Ridley Gregg. Here's Spence now, clears it to the line, not out. K'Andre Miller with a shot, pad save. Centering pass back in front again, tipped away by Dylan Cousins.
What a play that was, Dean. Jordan Stahl was all alone in that face-off circle, and that pass just deflected at the last second by a sprawling Cousins.
Here's K'Andre Miller back of his own net. Lead pass out to center, all the way back down ice. Icing the call as Matt and Paolo is back to get it. Face-off comes back down inside the Canes' end.
It is just all about awareness now on where you are on the ice and where the play is going to go. And Just a terrific job by Dylan Cousins. You have to be so mentally sharp at this stage, even though you are dying. Your oxygen levels are low. Keep things simple.
Sanderson with point, spins with a shot that misses. Walker off the boards. Canes trying to get it out. Sanderson holds it in. Miller tries the other side and out to center. Here's Blake. Drops it at the line. In the zone. Quick shot doesn't get through. Ottawa steals it back. Here's Amadio. Chips it ahead to center. Canes turn around and float it back down inside the Ottawa end. Both teams making changes now. Spence back of his own goal, waiting for that to happen. Out to center. Pass intended for Nick Cousins. Didn't connect. Now they try it again. Redirection in. Zetterlund sends a bouncer in, and Freddie Anderson will glove it and hold it for another face-off down inside the Cane zone. 2 minutes, 25 seconds gone in the second overtime period in this 2-2 game.
Well, and this is at the moment of some players' careers here, Dean, where they are learning the very, very tough craft of craving discomfort. This is where your body is telling you, I can't go another second, but your mind is saying, you got another 20 minutes to go here. Crave the discomfort, and the one that does it best is going to win this game.
Puck cleared out to center. Here's Lassie Thompson back to get it. Hassled all the way by Robinson.
Keep it simple. It's not.
Puck in the corner now, Ottawa zone. As a simple squirt out of the zone is turned into possession time in the Ottawa centering pass, and that doesn't work. Back out the other side. Backhander knocked down, loose in front. Martinuk still has it. There's a chance by Aho that's knocked away. Kachuk up the boards. Stützle sends it back. Kachuk to the open corner now. Here's Shabbat. Floats the puck ahead to center. Stützle picks it up. Down to the line and in. Takes it deep. Breaks on. Back with it now. Stützle turns it back. Shot from a bad angle. Knocked down. And the puck spills to the corner. Batherson leaves it in the corner. Here's Brady Kachuk. Kachuk back of the net. Sends it in front. Puck drifts back to the point. And back out to center. Both teams changing. So Sanderson takes a couple turns at his own line to get away from Seth Jarvis. Back to center now. Here's Giroux. Pops it in. Knocked down by Anderson. Clears it around the boards. Ridley Gregg knocks it down. Sends it to the side of the net. And Anderson will hold on for a face-off again in the Canes' end.
And sometimes it's just the simplest of things. And the game-tying goal was just that at the 16:40 mark, way back in the second period. Dylan Cousins didn't look like he had a play. He just fired the puck from a terrible angle right at Freddie Anderson, and it squeezed through him. And the game got tied just like that. Sometimes just... if you don't think you have a play and the simplest one is just get it to the net, just do that and see what might happen. Face off to the left of Anderson.
Off the draw. Canes clear it. Not out, held in by Shabbat. There's a shot that misses from Pinto. Along the boards, Fogle. Back of the net. Here's Amadio. Turns it out. Amadio. Back in behind the net again. Intercepted by Gostisbehere. And he gives it the high heave back down to the Ottawa end. Here's Shabbat to get it. Sends it back to the net for Spence. Tries to clear it out. It's knocked down. Now Pinto along the board. Slaps it ahead to center. Picked up by Shabbat. He's at the line with Amadio. Turns. Dumps it to the corner. Off the boards. Puck is sent all the way back down ice. And this will be an icing call again against the Canes.
41-34, the shot clock reading in this, the second overtime period. With some other numbers here while we have a second, and of course there's been an awful lot about the hit count. Ottawa now has hit the 50 mark. Carolina at 39. Face-offs favoring the Senators at 64%. They lose this one in the offensive zone.
The boards, lead pass to center. Here's Robinson now. Lobs it into the Ottawa end. Lassie Thompson up the boards at center. Chopped ahead by Dylan Cousins. Shoveled into the zone by Ridley Gregg. Here's Walker back to get it. Leaves it there, and now Miller starts the breakup. Goes to the wing. Lead pass. Here's Stoll. Drops it at the line. Ehlers moves in. Swings it in front. Misses the connection. Ottawa counters back 3-on-2. Lead pass to the line. Here's Stutzla in. Tries to drop it back. It hits a stick. And the Canes clear it out. Here's Stoll back to the Ottawa line. Gets in. Gets tied up by Shabbat. Works the puck in behind the net. Martin tied up by Lassie Thompson. And Brady Tkachuk clears it out to center. Puck is chipped ahead. Here's Shabbat in the zone. Shabbat moves in. Gets a shot away, but it's deflected on the way there by Walker. Puck is lobbed out and back down ice. Here's Spence coming across ice. Ties up his man. Chips the puck ahead. And Ottawa again looking to break it up.
That was Seth Jarvis who got run off the end boards by Spence. Normally his legs are running 100 miles an hour, and he just looked completely out of gas.
Back at the point. Puck sent around the boards. Here's Svechnikov now. Throws it out to center. From center, Aho fires it in. Along the boards. Jarvis back to the net. Shovels it to the corner. Aho back to the point. Puck comes outside the line as it was nearly stolen away by Ridley Gregg. Here's Slavin now. Back to the Ottawa line. Floats the puck to the corner. Sanderson knocks it down. Now reverses the puck. And Spence in behind his own net. 6:20 gone in the second overtime period. Tied at 2. And icing is the call against Ottawa. And the faceoff will come back down inside the Senators' end.
13:39 left in period number 5. And again, we look at the face-off circle. Senators with 64%. Claude Giroux was on the ice for this icing call against Ottawa. His face-off percentage at 53%. Can't tell you exactly who else is on the ice at the moment. Dylan Cousins is out there. But I think this is going to be Giroux's. No, it's going to be Ridley Gregg's draw.
Off the drop, puck along the boards. Chopped ahead, but not out. Another chance to get it out, and successful this time as Sanderson gets it back down to the Canes line. They are quickly back with it, though. Here's Walker, drops it off. Jankowski with a shot. Oh, what a save. What a save by Linus Ullmark, an outstretched glove save, and he will hold on.
Well, and he found this puck, Dean, after Dennis Gilbert. I think this puck went right through the legs of Dennis Gilbert. He went to block it, and Stankoven got that quick snapshot away. Gilbert, yeah, it did. It went right through his legs here. That's an even tougher screen for the goaltender to pick up that puck, and boy, Linus Ullmark is on the mark. Robbing Stankoven of his series-leading third goal.
So face off to the right. Linus Ullmark. Puck is clipped ahead, back out to center. In the neutral zone, here's Pinto. To the line and in. Centering pass. Intended for Zetterlund, knocked down, and Robinson back out to center. Trying to fight his way through. Can't do it. And Palo reverses the puck, drops it off for Shabbat. Shabbat falls. He gets the puck back to Matt Palo while he's falling, and now checking that right blade.
28 minutes now for Matt Palo, Dean.
Zetterlund with a shot, glove down by Anderson. He quickly throws it to the corner. And Martinook to center. Lead pass. Knocked away at the line. Here's Nick Cousins. Chips it in. Goes to try and get it himself. As the Canes just backhand it out and down. Stutzla back to pick it up. Cuts underneath Stahl. And now out to center. Stutzla to the line. Carries it in. To the wing. Batherson goes cross ice. Brady Tkachuk swings it to the side of the net. Save is made by Anderson. Puck in the corner. Tkachuk steals it. Sends it around the boards. Spence sends it in. Puck pinball side of the net. Back out front it comes, and the Canes clear it away. Out to center. Martinook dumps it in. Heads off on a change. 8 minutes gone in this second overtime period. Tied at 2 from Raleigh. Out to center. Puck is lobbed down inside the Canes zone. Back to get it. Miller moves it around the boards, and now out to center. Pass to Aho. He gives it back. Along the boards, the centering attempt gets knocked down. Here's Cousins, knocked off his stick, but Matt Palo gathers it up. Banks it off the boards, back out to center. Quickly thrown back to the line for Aho. That's broken up. Loose puck, and along the boards. Nice play by Fogle to break that up. Out to center. Here's Amadio. Takes a loose puck and flares it back down inside the Canes' end.
Well, both teams love to play dump and chase. At this stage of the game, in the fifth overtime, there's going to be a lot of dumping, but very little chasing.
Canes try to work it out of their own zone. Back to center. It's Taylor Hall gets in, cuts in, gets a shot away, and a pad save by Ullmark.
Another beauty deep.
Back to the point, a long wrister, glove down by Ullmark. And he will hold on. 9 minutes gone in this second overtime period.
Another great pad save by Ullmark. And again, tracking the puck. This is a tough play for a goaltender. And he had to come out to challenge, Ullmark did, and anticipate what Taylor Hall might be doing. And he danced around Dennis Gilbert and got another real good shot away quickly. Left-handed shooter coming down the right wing. Hall cuts into the middle, flips the puck in the air, and as it bounces, he gets his shot away. And Ullmark kicks out the right pad to keep this a 2-2 hockey game with exactly 11 minutes to go in period 5.
Off the face-off, Giroux wins it.
Hello.
Off the draw, Carrier basically hooks and holds Matt and Paolo's stick so he can't play it. That comes along the boards, back out front. There's a shot blocked in the way to the net by Pinto. Back to the corner again. Robinson sends it in front. Centering pass blocked by Matt and Paolo. Now Pinto along the boards. Puck comes free, back in front. Cleared to the boards, but not out. Miller drops it back. There's a shot by Carrier that doesn't get through. There's another shot from the side of the net from Miller, and a head save is made by Ullmark. Canes are buzzing here in the Ottawa zone. Matt Paolo chops it along the boards, then Carrier decks him.
Hands came right up into the throat area of Matt and Paolo. He's none the worse for wear, looking for perhaps a call here in the fifth overtime period. None forthcoming.
Long lead pass to center. Knocked down to the Ottawa line. Quickly cleared out by Spence. Lobbed in from center. Bouncing puck. And Chatfield takes it away before Zetterlund can do anything with it. And the faceoff will come back down inside the Canes zone after that puck was tipped up and out of play. And we expect now we'll have a little chance to breathe as we're past the midway point of this period, which means we're in the dry scrape zone.
Well, and that'll be a chance for everybody to breathe, Deed. Not so much us, but for Nick, Matt, and Paolo. And I mentioned this in the third period, how well he was playing. He was the one player that whose ice time didn't catch my eye at the end of the fourth period, but he's got 29 minutes under his belt here now, and there's no doubt that this is, well, certainly the most he's ever played at the NHL level. 29:08. Jake Sanderson now 40 minutes and 29 seconds. Oh, pardon me. My computer has just changed here. Nick, Matt, and Powell, 29 minutes and 57 seconds. So he's 3 seconds away from 30 minutes of hockey. You want to know what Jake Sanderson's at? 41-16. Shabbat, 38-48. Jordan Spence, 36-46.
Gord,
you're getting fatigued, aren't you?
No, what's the big deal? There was many years ago, but I played 5 straight hours at the Carp outdoor rink. No intermissions, no nothing.
You did, eh?
Yeah. Well, I was on the ice.
Keandre Miller, 33 minutes and 16 seconds to lead the Canes. Slavin at 32-40. This is the issue when you've got, well, your number 5 and 6 defensemen are essentially your 7 and 8s in the organization. Yeah. With no Tyler Cleven, no Nick Jensen, and obviously no Artem Zub tonight.
All the injuries this year, the Senators so far have used 13 different defensemen this year, not by choice. And as we always say, every organization in the league has to have at least 10 NHL-ready defensemen. Well, clearly that wasn't close to enough for Ottawa this year, as 13 have run through the mill.
Normally a dry scrape, Dean, takes about 25 to 35 seconds. Obviously, the dry scrapers are exhausted as well this late at night. They have taken their time. Face off in the offensive zone for Ottawa. They win the draw.
Here's Spence, fires it through, and that one deflects front of the net. Batherson along the boards, kicks it to himself. Batherson turns it out, back to the point. Sanderson, his shot knocked down, and out to center. Slavin backhands it down in the Ottawa end. Sanderson to get it. He's played over 41 minutes, as Gord mentioned. Puck lobbed back down inside the Canes' end. Whistled down as an icing call. And a face-off back down inside the zone as the Senators are arguing that how can this be icing when it went off the Carolina player back at the Ottawa blue line.
Brady Tkachuk up to 27 minutes, Dean. He leads the team in shots with 6. Oddly enough, he's been credited with 1 hit so far tonight. Face-off down in the Ottawa end, to the left of to the right of Omar. Ottawa wins.
Sanderson off the boards, but not out. Shot from the wall, knocked down by Ullmark. Sanderson again up the wall, and this time back out to center. Gains to the line. Aho tries to get in. Taken off the puck by Spence. Stützle banks the puck ahead for Foegele. He carries it inside the zone. Here's Foegele in the corner. Spun off the puck. Now here's Walker with it. Walker tries to play it ahead. Puck is held in for a moment by Amadio. Now the Canes get it out. Puck is knocked down in the neutral zone by Matt and Palo. Here's Pinto. Sends the puck ahead. Into the Canes' end. Comes free. Here's a chance. Foligno down low. Back in front. Off the post. Pinto nails the post.
No, my goodness.
No, he did work.
Yes, he did.
Back of the net.
Purgatory. What is wrong?
Here's Pinto again. Moves out. Drops it off. Shabbat. Lays it back to the point. Here's Spence. Back to Shabbat. Gives it to Pinto. Pinto fires it through. It goes off the stick of Svechnikov and up into the mesh.
This is where exhaustion starts to really settle in here. It plays tricks on your mind, and you're a little bit slower in your reaction. Michael Amadio with the game on his stick, and he tries to go glove side. He pulls Freddie Anderson across and hits the post. Oh, my heavens. Amadio is one of 5 players in this Ottawa lineup that has an overtime winner. And that was when his Stanley Cup run with the Vegas Golden Knights denied by pipe. Glove hand side on Anderson.
Off the face-off, back to the point. Spence puts it back to the net. In the corner, here's Zetterlund. In behind the goal. As Eller tries to spin away. Canes cleared off the boards. Back to the line, but not out. Held in by Zetterlund. Now they get it back out to center. Down to the line and in. Aho plays it along the boards. Hung up by Sanderson. Played around the boards by Zetterlund. Eller spits it back to the middle of the ice. Back along the boards. Eller gets in there to try and win it. This time puts it back to his own net for Sanderson to clear.
It's a safe space back there, Dean. Safe spaces are important, as you know.
Through the middle of the ice, there's a quick shot that goes over the net from Eller. Now Nick Cousins plays it back to the point. Gilbert throws it back to the corner. Here's Eller. Loses the puck. Keeshan sends it along the boards for Robinson, and he throws it out to center. Down to the Ottawa line. Here's Stankoven gets a shot away. Gilbert blocks it. Puck is flipped ahead by Shabbat, but not out. Here's a chance for Blake. Blake cuts in, sends it back in front. The puck steered away from danger by Dylan Cousins.
He hustled back to get into the 5-foot area of the crease in front of his own net.
Here's Giroux along the boards inside the Canes' end. Comes back to the point. Held in. Here's Sanderson taking it to the net. Sends one in. The backhander just misses. Back along the boards. Canes clear it out. Matt Palo has to get back. Here's Taylor Hall. Cuts in. His shot. Bad save is made by Ullmark.
Again, cutting across the grain, and Ullmark comes up large with that right pad.
Canes back to the line again. Drop pass by Stoll. Brady Tkachuk breaks it up, but loses his stick. Back to the point. Martinuk to the corner. There's a spin-out chance. Back to Miller. His shot deflects to the corner. Back to the point again. Keandre Miller. Along the board. Centering pass. Martinuk scores! Off the body and in. And the Canes win it in double overtime.
Well, an absolutely exhausted group here for the Ottawa Senators. And again, simple play. Get the puck in, work it around a little bit when you've got a tired 5 defending. And this is a very, very tough, disappointing outcome for the Senators. But I'll tell you what, Dean, they can go back to Ottawa despite trailing 0-2 in this series. They have an opportunity to get healthier over the next couple of days and have a hometown crowd behind them. Absolutely no shame in how they played this game here tonight. Absolutely none. And I know it's tough to lose, and feel pride in the effort and all that. But boy, oh boy, they have a lot to be proud of. Mark Nukin had a chance to win this game in the fourth overtime in a penalty shot, and it was denied by Linus Ullmark. Somehow he finds a corner here with big Jordan Stahl parked out in front. No chance for Linus Ullmark, who was absolutely brilliant in this game. From 35 feet out, Martinook picks the top left corner on a surprised and screened Linus Ullmark. And in a situation like that for the goaltender, you just kind of close your eyes and hope it hits you. No chance for Ullmark to see that at all. Down 0-2, but the series shifts to Ottawa. The nation's capital will be a rockin' when it comes to playoff time and game time on Thursday night.
So the final score in Game 2 of this series from Raleigh, North Carolina. The Canes win it in double overtime, 3-2. The Jim K. Ford Lincoln Center.